Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called this workshop to order. Mayor Davey.
Here.
Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Here.
Councilmember McCormick.
Here, sorry.
Vice Mayor Moss. Councilmember Petros.
I'm here.
And Councilmember Segregola.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum. And next is the Pledge of Allegiance. All set?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Prior to brief comments by council, the manager wanted to clarify some things.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Andrea Aga, Village Manager. Few things I wanted to point out that have been brought to my attention that either through council members or the community. So first of all, positions by department. We had included in the departmental memos their positions. The full document that shows all the positions across the village has now been posted onto the village website as Exhibit A. It's basically the sum of all of the individual parts, so that we wanted to let you know that that is now available. Also, we noticed there were some discrepancies from the community group workshop request document that was from last week. Compared to what we have in the proposed budget. So we're reconciling those discrepancies, and by the time we get to the departmental discussions, I'll be able to speak to the net bottom line change. I also wanted to point out in the appendix, so the 300-page backup on pages 190 and pages 219, there were descriptions regarding compensated absences that the formatting cut off a portion of the language. So before, when we are done with the public comments and when we open up in the budget message, we can explain what happened with compensated absences. I think that's a question that came up that we want to get ahead of. And fourth point is that the PDF version online of the full agenda, the CIP memo, which was tab 18, for some reason, when it scanned in, it was in reverse order, page 54321. We have now fixed that, and we have reposted that PDF. So the memo now reads in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just jump in really quick? Can somebody make me a co-host? Because if I mute myself, I won't be able to unmute myself. And it seems like I might be the only person not a co-host.
There you are. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Perfect. All righty. So I guess we'll start with brief comments by council. I'll kick it off. You know, I didn't have any opponents, so I was reelected by law last week. So I just want to say I'm looking forward to the next 2.5 years. We got a lot to do, and I want to talk about what we're doing here tonight. You know, one of the most important things we are supposed to do is set strategy. We're supposed to get involved and figure out what are the goals for this village and how do we want to get there. And we're supposed to tell the manager, get it done. That's what I'd like to see us do tonight. I'd like us to sit down. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the 1.5 in property values, and certainly seeing 3 years of small decreases in property values is something that we have to figure out how to address and how to correct. But it is not a time, in my opinion, to sit and start slashing things and cutting services to this community. The people of this community, the reason this community is as great as it is because of the services that this government provides, the way we do things. Can we always look for more efficient ways to do things? Absolutely. There's no question on that. But I'm not going to be in favor of slashing and burning. I am in favor of financial efficiency. This is my 10th budget. I've been up here since 2006 with a 4-year break where I was bothering you guys from the podium. And I've always been about efficiency, but I've always been about making sure that the services that were asked for by our community were provided. So that's what I want to see us do tonight, is provide strategic direction to the manager and have her go forth and and take care of it. Those are my comments.
Mike, can I?
Certainly.
Thank you for that. And I agree, although I maybe feel a little differently, that I think it's important that we take the time to fully understand everything that's been given to us. And I really like the idea of doing that publicly in this workshop. I had hoped that I thought we had discussed in last year's budget that we were going to do a community groups workshop and our regular 2 budget workshops. But unfortunately, we have, one budget workshop went to community groups, and then we have this one and only budget workshop. I would like to propose, for the benefit of transparency, as well as giving people the opportunity to fully understand it, that we add another budget workshop after the summer recess, perhaps before the August 25th meeting, which then gives the manager some time before the first budget hearing. And there's a gap between now and then, so that over the summer we can continue to understand its evolution. I mean, this is a massive, massive document with an even more massive backup. And, for anyone who doesn't know, we received this a week ago, and I don't think we should have gotten it sooner. We are months out from a budget hearing, but I think it's important that we have the discussions and come to an understanding of the budget together, the 7 of us, and in front of the public, where they can also digest it. I think we have an amazingly engaged community of people who really actually sit down and read through the budget and want to understand it. And so I would like to ask if anyone has any interest, if we could add a meeting the week before the August 25th meeting to do another budget workshop. And I feel like if we can still do it on Zoom, these seem to work well for us. So I wanted to throw that out there.
Just to be clear, I got the packet on Friday. I didn't get it a week ago.
Okay, well, even more to the point, I don't feel like at this point we're supposed to come to a budget workshop with a completed budget and a fully understood and digested budget. But in order to get there, I think we need to meet and we need to talk about it. And I think it's inefficient for the 7 of us to take up every department head's time individually and the managers. And also it doesn't happen in front of other people and they don't get the benefit of that understanding. I'm not opposed to people meeting. Sorry.
Keep going.
First, as to your question.
Wait, excuse me, Councilmember Laredo?
No, it's fine. I'm done. He can go.
All right, Councilmember Laredo, you're ready?
Yes. As to your question, I'm prepared to meet in July or August.
Okay.
The rest, I don't understand either the mayor's comments or yours. This is an excellent process. We started, this is very early, very professional. It's all been open. So the way you're expressing things, it's like we're criticizing ourselves. I don't understand where you're coming from, but this is a perfectly, I got my stuff on Friday. I don't complain. I read as much as I can, and we have plenty of time before September. And it's all very open and transparent. I think we, in the interest of time, we got to just get to the meat of this before we start at sort of, I don't know, kind of a drift.
So you're a yes to meet?
Yeah, to your first, I would meet on July or August, because particularly now that we are versed in Zoom. You know,
Councilmember London?
I happen to agree with Mike that basically we want to provide first-class services. I don't want to cut services. And I also agree with Mike that we should be more efficient. I don't think he said more efficient. I think he said be efficient. Thing is, I don't think we are very efficient for the last, I guess, 5 budgets over the past term I was here. And this term, I will make suggestions tonight. I will show you how to save a couple $1 million. And I'm sure you'll turn me down and listen to the department directors and the manager. But I will make an approach, and all I ask all of you to please consider it, that I'm not a total idiot, that I do look at these things, that I do analyze them, that I do figure out the positions, that I do drive around, figure what has to be done. Yes, I'm not a professional fireman. I'm not a professional policeman, but I'm not a professional idiot either. So please consider what I have to say, and then you'll turn me down. Thank you.
Vice Mayor? Or Vice Mayor? And then I saw you, Councilmember Segarola, and then Petros. I got you both.
Sure. Yeah, I'll put my 2 cents in. It's a very detailed document, so thank you, Andrea, for that. But I think that more helpful at this point for me is maybe a little bit more of a summary, bullet points, what is new, what has changed, what decreased, a very simple way so that we can kind of follow it a little bit more. I'm still diving into it more and more, trying to find out why things are going where and what is happening. I think it's very detailed, but sometimes these general things can, sometimes help us guide us through the document a little bit better. So that would be my 2 cents, but I'm looking forward to talking about it today and see maybe I better understand it, after our discussion today too. Right.
Councilmember Segarola.
Well, I just want to say to the manager, thank you very much. I do appreciate this level of detail that we've received. And to Councilmember, I forgot, who was it?
Depends on what question.
About meeting in August, sorry.
Councilmember McCormick.
McCormick, yes, sorry. To Allison's suggestion that we meet in August, I'm willing to do it. There's actually, with regard to the community groups, and I spoke to the manager about this, as you recall, a while back, I proposed creating a form for community groups to apply for the funding. The manager asked me to take a back seat. She was going to do it. I think she's done a good job. But there are 2 pieces of information that I told her I would like to see in addition to what's been provided. Number 1 is if there could be some sort of monetary value given to the in-kind contributions that these groups are going to receive, whether it's participation by fire or police or by use of public spaces, also the opportunity cost of giving them use of these spaces. And then finally, the other thing that I think that's missing is we discussed a plan for each community group to express how it was that they proposed to wean themselves off public funds over time, or whether that was not viable for their particular activity. One way or the other, I think we should know, and that should be written down. So with that in mind, and the fact that I want additional information, I am willing to meet again in August.
Councilmember Petros.
I also am very happy to meet, whether it's July or August. And I think the more that we meet and the more direction we can give to our manager, the better. I also agree that we're not looking to cut services. I understand that our property values have gone down for the last 2 years, but I don't think we're in what we would call a financial emergency. However, I do think that we need to look very closely at this budget and understand the fact that many of the residents that have to pay those property taxes have potentially had significant impact to their incomes, and we can't be tone deaf to that fact. And I think it's really important that a government can shrink as well as expand, and we need to find ways to show that we're in this together. Because if we don't, then it's basically we could end up in a financial emergency. So we need to be nimble to some extent. And I hope all of you think of that as we go forward and talk about this budget. I know that our manager has given us ways to try to cut some things, and we may or may not agree with the methods that she took, but we do need to look how to be responsible and responsive to what's going on right now, because we also don't know when that will end and what we're facing next year. So I hope that we all think about those things as well. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to do public comments.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to speak or ask any questions of council, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or pressing *9 on your phones. As of right now, Mr. Mayor, I have 1 person with the phone number ending in 752. Speaker? You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Hello?
Hi, I'm not sure if this is Jennifer Buttrick. Is it my turn to speak?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I didn't hear the phone number. It went out. This is Jennifer Stearns Buttrick. I live at 180 Cape Florida Drive. First of all, thank you to the council members for your service to our community. It is much appreciated. As we enter this budget discussion, I too reviewed, somewhere in order of 600 pages. I didn't even come close to getting through it all. And I appreciate the time and energy that you're all spending on this effort. I do think that at this point in the process that the budget discussion should be driven by strategic priorities and should be aspirational. I think that we should be looking at what we want to accomplish this year, in 5 years, and even looking out 10 years and what we want Key Biscayne to look at. We should be looking at everything we need to do to protect our property values. We've all made an investment in this community and are looking to you, our council members, to protect that property value. And how do you do that? Number one, by continuing our excellent public services. And what makes Key Biscayne unique is our own police and fire departments. We are so blessed to have Fire Chief Lang and Police Chief Press and the services they provide our community. With everything happening around the world right now, we are extraordinarily lucky to have the leaders that we have. If you've ever had to call 911, you understand when an ambulance arrives quickly, how important that is to your loved ones. And for me, it's even been for me. And I'm grateful to the services that I've received when we've had to call 911. Key Biscayne remains in an enviable financial position, and even in this unprecedented times. And while I agree with Councilmember Petrus's comments that we need to be mindful of those in our community who have been impacted by COVID financially, we also need to work to protect our property values and incoming sea level rise, which is also an issue. I have to commend our village manager for hiring a CRO who is now full-time addressing these issues and looking forward. We cannot stop now just because our property values have decreased a little bit. We absolutely need to fund our land acquisition fund. That is critical. It's not something that we should be cutting at this juncture. We need to maintain our facilities. We have a community center on Key Biscayne, which serves our community in very important ways and makes Key Biscayne unique. Not every community center has, not every community has a community center within 5 minutes of every home on the island. And we need to be efficient, but we need to provide excellent services. We need to address maintenance. We need to make sure maintenance is on par with the services that we've promised by living in a first-class community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. If you wish to address the council or ask a question, please press *9 on your telephone. Sir, we have one telephone number ending in 752.
Right. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Pat Woodson. Thank you so much for the chance
Pat,
to speak virtually.
Your address for the record, Pat, please.
472 Warren Lane.
Perfect, thank you.
Key Biscayne. Thank you. So I appreciate this this budget process, and I also want to say special appreciation for the community group budget workshop. That was just a tremendous showcase of the heart and soul of this community and how we work together with mayor and council and staff very seamlessly. I also just want to take a moment to appreciate what Jennifer said about police, fire, as well as our parks and recreation departments are just absolutely extraordinary. They make this community truly outstanding and unique. I in particular want to address the idea that was put forward in the sort of preamble to the budget of potentially suspending our annual contribution to the Land Trust Fund this year. I think that is a dangerous precedent, and it is ironic, especially at this moment, when finally, after years of dreaming about dovetailing resilience and recreation, we are doing it at Harbor Park. Perhaps it'll be called something else, but almost 1 acre of park in a low-lying area on Harbor Drive is going to impact an incredible number of dozens of homes all the way to the elementary, to the K-8 school. This is going to be a game changer for our community. It's the time when parks are going to mean so much more than they have met, and they've always been a top 2 or 3 priority for our community ever since we incorporated. The need for green space now is joined with the ability to serve our, deal with our existential threat of sea level rise, to mitigate flooding. And that is such a win-win. I see that this is a backward step potentially. And I hope that it's not something that's going to be considered now or in the future.
Thank you,
So
Pat.
thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great night.
All right, Mr. Mayor, next caller is
Thank
phone number ending in 493. Caller, please state your name and address.
3 minutes.
Cecile Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. I don't know if you can hear me.
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for serving. Congratulations, Mike. I am just calling to say that please, I support the land acquisition. Please don't cancel that. Also about support, I also support enhancing village services. We need to continue. We need to get better. Some of our facilities look tired. You need to continue taking care of them. And most of all, and dear to me, is a landscaping maintenance upgrade. I believe the manager might talk to you more about this, and you need to reserve monies. There's going to be some additional costs if we want and expect better maintenance and better look of all our green areas. So please, please don't we need to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ceci.
All right, Mr. Mayor, next caller is telephone number ending in 445. Caller, please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Caller, you are live.
So this is Theo Holloway, 575 Crandon Boulevard, Key Biscayne, 33149. First and foremost, thank you to everyone for your service. I know how difficult and time-consuming this is. And as a former council member, my request is that you look at prioritization, not just in terms of actual dollars spent or saved or moved from here to there, but to think about the intended outcomes and how are you going to define those outcomes quantitatively. It's one thing to say we want to save money and perhaps there's opportunity in this department or that department, but quantifying the effects of that are critical, and not just for today, but in terms of evaluating if the decisions that are being made today are the correct ones 10, 15, 20 years from now. You know, under the previous manager, we were in a situation where, quite honestly, we were asking for this kind of information and we weren't getting it. And, you know, eventually we've made a change and we have a new manager and she's been in the role now for 2 years. But if you look at her budget and there's a page in there, particularly with data, or at least the implication of data, almost all of it is left TBD. And so if this is something that you are supportive of, I think it's important to emphasize or get a timeline around when and how that data is going to be collected, presented, and most importantly, evaluated to determine if corrections or changes need to be made. Because at this point, it's not fair to you as council members to be making these decisions as if you're given only half of the information. Now, if the information is being collected and not presented, that's one issue. If the information isn't being collected, that's a whole other issue. But I would highly recommend that you evaluate that, not just for today, but in terms of your legacy and how that will be reflected for the future council members that'll come after you. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. Anybody else?
All right, sir. Doesn't look like we have any more callers.
Okay. A lot of people. Next item.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is the budget presentations. Madam Manager?
Okay, so thank you for those comments and for the feedback. We are taking, very detailed notes, so make sure that we don't miss anything as we move forward through this process. So the game plan for this evening, I was going to start with just basically some of the high level highlights to sort of frame where we are. I think between the council's opening remarks and public comments, I think you guys basically have covered the range of spectrums and considerations that the village is facing. And then I'm going to recommend that we start bottom up in our agenda packet. So after we do kind of frame the issues, I would recommend that we start with tab 18, which is CIP, and talk about some of those strategic priorities and those investments and what the village wants to prioritize and invest in with regard to the resilience improvements and other improvements that we want to fund. And then we will go through the general fund revenues, and then we'll get into each department's presentation. So high level budget message, I tried to say it in basically a page. In essence, our revenues are down. We will be getting the taxable values on July 1st, so we'll have a better idea at that point what our tax rate, our tax roll will be. We did take a few steps to try to present something before council that can be discussed and either get that feedback that we need. So with regard to the about 1.5 million in operating expenditures that are falling off our books, there's really three categories that we can talk about with regard to those reductions. One is the Civic Center debt falling off the books. Two is the impact to our operations, our revenues, and our expenses with regard to COVID-19. So you'll see revenues are low, both in the community center. Revenues are low with regard to state revenue share, which is a function of economic activity statewide. So those revenues are down. And then on the expense side, you'll see in Todd's shop, as we recover, we will recover and build back up, but we basically have assumed a sort of, as quickly as we declined, we've kind of inversely brought back those services. So over the summer, as we see how COVID works out and how we can handle any potential resurgence and mitigate those threats, hopefully we can rebound more quickly. So these are conservative numbers. So the debt falling off and COVID were the two main drivers. And when we get into the departmental budgets, you'll see some things have increased, some things have decreased. So we'll get the net of those and we can speak through all of those on the departmental level. The three steps we really took to get to a place where we can frame this discussion for today is the land transfer, the transfer to the land trust. I will point out, I saw some of the feedback and I've spoken with council members. I deeply understand and agree that parks and open space are a priority for the council, and I'm aware of that, and they're also a priority for our resilience program at large. Those open spaces do serve a role. The point I was trying to make here is that I'm grateful that staff has done such a deep dive into our code of ordinances and is looking outside the box to try to find ways to protect the village. And in this instance, this specific 31-15 does require a 5-2 vote of council. So this is not something
that's in a financial emergency. Where are you thinking that we should be declaring a financial emergency? No.
Well, so what I think that's the question, right? So given
you could have a 7-0 vote to use it for
5-2.
No, a 7-0, a unanimous we could at any point say, if all 7 of us agreed, we could use this money for any purpose. It's under D, I believe.
Yeah, ultimately the council has total discretion over this, correct? For purposes of the workshop, I've brought forth this as an idea that
you said you needed a 5-2 vote, but that would require a financial emergency.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be a finding that there was a financial emergency.
Right, and if the council does not feel that there is, then you wouldn't get the votes that would make that
Well,
declaration be.
you couldn't, yeah, right.
You couldn't proceed with the transfer, right? But I liked the idea of introducing this concept for two reasons. One, clearly there was an intent in the code when it was drafted to provide some flexibility to council. So I wanted you to be aware of that. And I also wanted to point out that there are a lot of exciting land acquisition projects that the village is looking at, either through your Parks and Open Spaces Board, Beautification Board, as well as council members, as well as private development. There's a lot of activity going on. And so I think, poke the bear, I think is the analogy that I've been using here. I wanted to highlight and bring attention to how the Land Trust Fund is important to the village, how there is quite a substantial balance in that.
We could have done that? You don't think we could have done that just in a conversation rather than having,
Sorry,
having money removed from?
Isn't the budget based on moving that money? I mean, that's
The
part of
budget
the
that's
plan that we're
presented
looking
before
at,
you,
right?
it does include no transfer out from Land Trust Fund, correct?
So it includes no transfer out. So you presented this with relying on that money to use as operational money. But now I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do is frame some options so that at this early stage in this budget development process, the council can make some wise decisions about our future and at our investment. And by doing this, if the will of the council is to say there is a financial emergency, hold back the 250, transfer, it takes pressure off the millage. So it gives you guys that flexibility.
So you are proposing, it was your recommendation to do that, not.
So for purposes of this workshop, there are still, and I'm going to get there in just a minute, there are many assumptions that we've made because the numbers aren't finalized. So yes, for purposes of this workshop, we included no transfer to ease the pressure off the millage. If
your recommendation is to declare a financial emergency?
Can I jump in a minute, Mayor?
I have a question. No, I have a question.
Okay.
Posed to the manager.
Listen, I think times have been better and times have been worse. I think
it's a simple question, manager. Are you saying we're in a financial emergency?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Laredo?
Just for process, are you going to go through your budget message? I have some questions about the philosophy. Our job is to do a set policy. I was going to hold some questions, but if we're going to go into a little item by item, then let me know and I'll change my approach to today's meeting.
I wasn't expecting to. I was just going to make those 2 points.
I mean, we all read this stuff. If you want to state it on the record, and then I can get right to questions.
The point that I really wanted to get to was to have that land trust discussion, that we're relying more on restricted revenues, and in order to present this budget as a balanced budget, there's about a $250,000 deficit that we need to bridge the gap. And so for purposes of this discussion, the millage based on those preliminary June numbers is what we used to come to the budget that is before you.
Councilmember Laredo, if you'd like to ask some questions, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First of all, since everybody made some sort of philosophical statement at the beginning of the meeting, half of which I didn't quite understood, but I ran on a very short platform which called efficiency. The first budget that I was involved in, I tried to make some reductions, and then at the end, I proposed to all of you a 3 to 4% across the board cut, which is done when things are beginning to have shortfalls on revenue. I didn't even get a second. So as far as I am concerned, I am coming to this budget with two simple things we're going to make. And the discussions about not cutting services, and it's a very nice way of getting around. You don't necessarily need to cut services to achieve efficiency. You can have efficiencies and maintain the level of services. So it seems like we want to approach this already on day one by, having our cake and eat it too. This is a difficult year. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm very cash flow oriented, and our taxpayers are cash flow oriented. Budget talks is very smooth, but if some people, as somebody else said, have had increasing expenses, declining income, And I intend to do everything possible so that their cash flow as to pay taxes to the village of Missouri will be less last year than this year. That's in plain English. That's how I approach this, and where it comes, it comes. There's always going to be people hurt. And so that's the statement on the general. Now, I congratulate you on this process. I think it's, as I said earlier, we started with plenty of time, and we'll have plenty of time to go through it. It's professional. I like the budget message. I'm a little confused about how you intend to achieve, at least for me, what I just said. I don't see a lot of reductions on personnel, on efficiencies as it relates to management. I see, you know, the tax, I mean, the land trust thing, moving money around, as we say, that we're not so sophisticated, but not real cutting. And we need to start cutting. And we need to start cutting on management. You talk about the proposal that does not include reduction of core services, which is what I just said. But yet to achieve, where are you going to get the savings? Are we going to be reflected? And by the way, I don't want to jump to the last thing. I want to jump from here, if the mayor agrees, to the council budget, because I continue to have a problem with the way it's presented. But where are you going to get a management point of view that is all expenses, things we buy, since we speak, people who may not be necessary, et cetera, et cetera. Is that anywhere in our next 2 or 3 months? Or is it going to be financial engineering? Okay.
No financial engineering. No, this is real. I think one of the things that the staff and I are most proud of is that this is a budget with integrity. The numbers, we understand what we're doing. We understand what the numbers are. And we've worked around the edges is the way that I would say this. I think we've identified.
Well, what does that mean, working around the edges? My question is,
we have to address your point, the personnel. So I haven't, there are slight changes.
So say it in English, personnel.
Personnel, right,
yeah.
Right.
So companies are letting people go right now, great numbers of people. That's a reality. You said we need to be connected to reality. I hope they're moving in that direction. I don't mean a reckless approach, but clearly we have to make cuts, and personnel is one of them.
Is that a remember?
Say that again, Mike?
Yeah, I just wonder how, are you sort of following me, Madam Manager?
Yeah, I mean, so in this budget, there are some, we've looked at staffing, we've looked at schedules, there are some changes that we've made in BZP, in my office. There are some positions that are currently staffed in-house that we are recommending that we don't think should be an in-house position, and vice versa. There are some positions that we have historically outsourced that we think would provide more bang for the buck, more value proposition, and more cost effectively by doing some of these things in-house. So
yeah,
what
Madam Manager, if you go down the road, we've had this conversation of outsourcing services without eliminating the people who are supposed to provide those services. We're double dipping.
No, that's exactly my point, that we wouldn't do both. Which one, in what example?
Well, let's just take for example. I know we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Well, why don't we do this the opposite with respect? Why doesn't the manager tell you where she's thinking about doing it? I just want her to know,
and my colleagues to know, that I'm into cutting responsibly across the board, because that's what everybody else in our community is doing. That's all.
All right, Councilmember London, and then Councilmember Petros.
Luis, you mentioned that no one would support you when it cut 3 or 4% across the board. The reason I didn't support you, because possibly some departments need increases and other departments need a lot greater than 3 or 4% cuts. So therefore, I don't believe we need anything across the board, but I think each department has to be analyzed in a zero-based budget and then determine what they need and provide that for them, period.
Councilmember Petros?
I would like to add a couple of things. First of all, maybe it would make our discussion easier if we took a vote as council on the front end of whether or not we think it makes sense to change our land trust transfer, which I personally don't support that. And if we take a vote on this of whether we consider ourselves in a financial emergency or not, and if we don't, then we can then know that the number we're dealing with is about $500,000 short, not $250,000. and that will help frame the rest of our discussions tonight.
I think, Katie, though, we can't actually take any kind of vote, but we could
Correct.
try to get some
Oh,
consensus.
sorry.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Well, but I
Okay.
think the manager's already explained to us that we're not in a financial emergency, therefore that provision of the ordinance doesn't apply anyway.
So we would need a 7-0 vote. Katie is already on the record. She's a no. I also am a no. So I guess we have our answer.
I think it's 5-2.
Point of
But
it's 5-2
clarification.
if you declare a
affirmation vote of
financial
the
emergency.
council. It's not a decision of the manager. It's an affirmation by 5-2 vote of the council, whether there's.
That's correct, as to a financial emergency.
Right.
And we would, of course, you know, if you're not declaring a financial emergency, I don't think any of us, does anybody want to declare a financial emergency?
No.
Let's move on.
But I do think that
To your point, we now have $250,000 more we have to fund.
Correct.
Correct.
And then secondly, one of the things, and we can do this later down the road, but we can look on whether we as a group feel like it is right to be doing merit increases this year and salary increases with staff, and whether or not that would be a way that we could potentially show our community that we're sensitive to decrease in income that they're experiencing as well.
Michael?
Madam, I know that at the last meeting, Mayor,
yeah,
I made reference to a board of a very large, in fact, the largest private employer in Dade County that I happen to be in the national board, having a lot of stress, that is Baptist Health System. And it was great to start the discussion with all senior officers, not only to no merit increase, but cut at their own volition, their salaries.
Right.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit.
Councilmember London?
I think most of the positions we have are governed by collective bargaining agreements, both fire, police, and most other positions. So as far as determining what kind of increases, basically what usually happens when people reach their limit, we change their titles. We go from assistant to senior assistant to executive assistant to senior executive assistant to general to admiral to whatever. And that's how we increase salaries. So are you really saying that instead that we don't want to change position titles this year for the same job? Because otherwise we're really governed by the CBA agreements.
The CBA agreement is up at the end of September, and therefore the new CBA agreement that we'll be discussing would be impacting next fiscal year's budget.
That's correct. So
Okay.
as a result, but we're talking about now, and if someone's doing a fantastic job or great job, we should not double not give them a increase just because we have a budget problem. If they're really doing a great job and great service above and beyond the call, I'm all for giving them an increase or a bonus, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. Next one.
I just want to ask her about the council budget. Is that okay? Our order, yeah?
Well, why don't we go through revenues, because then council budget afterwards.
Okay.
Let's talk through revenues, and then we'll go to council budget, unless the
It's
manager.
just that she suggested we go to the end. That's why, and I don't.
I
really-
thought we were
Yeah, I
gonna
was
start with
thinking
CIP.
bottom up.
You want to go bottom to the CIP first?
I think so. While we're all fresh and sharp, I think those are.
Well,
hard
while we're
decisions
fresh and
are.
short, I'd like to talk about our budget. Our budget, us 7 of us, your boss. So I'm
Whatever.
gonna stay fresh.
That's
Can we do
fine
that?
too. Whatever is the will of the council, as whatever whatever you
that's
guys
the
want to do,
order
want to do
it's in.
that.
Right. Yeah, well,
I don't remember, Mayor, I do, and I'm really asking, but I remember that we had a problem last year about how the budget of the council is presented. If you're a citizen, you know, we are, you know, it looks like we're spending all this money, which we're not.
Are we going to council budget? All right, let's go through the council. budget. Let's get this out of the way.
And it may be just formatting. You know, and so you look at the last year, $188,000. It's now down to 74,000. You know, what are professional services? I don't get any professional service.
So our interim clerk took responsibility for council and clerk budget, but I can speak to that. So the 188 included in last year's budget 100,000 for the vision board, as well as 14,000 for the Parks and Open Space Board.
Again, we had this discussion so many times. If you're a regular citizen who is not going to go through the endless hours and thousands of pages of backup. You look at this council sheet, all of us work for zero compensation or support. We don't have a secretary. And yet you look at it and say, God, these guys are spending a total of $311,000. It is, I don't care how you talk it. I don't care how you camouflage it. I don't care whether you put it as a committee, you can put it on the, and we talked last year, I'm pretty sure, about breaking out advisory boards and community groups and just listing them. Again, it's all confused here. You have one or two committees, in fact, only one committee. And then the community groups, what we talked about last week. It's a very confusing sheet, and it is the sheet that reflects us 7.
Sure.
And we
Sure,
do
and
not
I think you're right. It's a structural issue. So the clarification that I made before we went to public comments was that this is exactly to your point. This is something that we're going to structurally present differently, where we'll call out the council budget, which is really only those expenditures for you 7, and then we'll call out any funding that is supportive of a board's initiative, and then we'll call out the community groups. So those will be distinct and separate, and we've already prepared the exhibit.
I understand, but I continue to have a communications problem with the administration. I'm not very bright, so I like short, plain English answers. Any citizens that looks at this, and last year I recall that not only I brought it up, but other council members brought it up, and here we are again. You look at this sheet and it's $311,000. I have not received, even for the last few months, even a cold pizza, which is all that we ever gotten. And so a citizen is entitled to be outraged to see these numbers. We didn't fix it. Now it's out on the streets. Now we have to explain why this is wrong. I think it does done us and our efforts and long hours, a little bit of it, not intentionally, but a disservice and a miscommunication. I really do. I think, we've had this discussion about the signs. Thank you for putting up the sign finally, so that the citizens finally say, this is my taxpayers' money at work at Harvard. Thank you. It took almost a year to do that, but I hope my council support me on this. We have to have the people know what I just said, that we are a volunteer group that spends just about nothing.
So if I can get consensus of the council, then move, so I think structurally.
Come up with another name.
Yeah, right. So we'll include in the council items, and I'll work with the clerk's office to get the details. But we'll only have those expenditures that directly support and tie to council members. And then any funding, just so we're clear, right now, funding that is dedicated to support boards, although it's not the board's money, we talked about that. Basically, there are 4. There's Educational Advisory Board, Art and Public Places, Parks and Open Space, and 2040. So the
Youth Council.
I'm sorry?
Youth Council.
Youth Council is a board, but remember, I thought
we put them as, right, we moved them out.
Right, they were gonna go through one of our community partners. So I'll do council that is only council members, which is the volunteer 7 of you, and what expenditures you foresee you need. And separately, we'll do the boards, which are advisory to the council. And then the community groups is where we got mixed feedback last year.
No, they're not advisory to the council. This is what we have. It is our investment, not expenditure, our investment with people who do about 4 times the amount of money and in-kind services of their professional times in badly needed services. So it's not that we, when we fund the 4th of July parade committee, is because that is about as Key Biscayne as you can get. You cannot have Key Biscayne without the 4th of July committee or the Ask Club for taking care of our senior citizens. But you just have to segregate it. We have to own, Madam Manager. We all own the whole budget. So don't put anything under council. We are responsible for the whole budget. And so people have a disagreement with us on any issue of the budget, police, this and they should be. But when it comes to council, it's us 7, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep it simple on that and come up with another term. Consult your financial advisor, or not, hopefully not advisor, but And because it's a fair representation of what we do. It's a very misleading of the operations of how this government works, which volunteer council and professionals.
So
That's
we'll
all.
do two things. We'll do two things. We will make sure that the council operating expenditures are truly only representative of the expenditures that the 7 volunteer council members need. And then, so that I'm clear, because last year on the community groups, the
Just create a whole
directive
different
was to sort of
section.
put them back in their respective areas. I think it's
Or we could just also bulk them together into one.
in one division,
One
right?
single
So do we have
But they should
consensus
be
of
their own
council? You'll
tab.
have, say
Right.
again?
Exactly.
They should be
McCormick.
their own tab, community groups.
Their own tab.
Thank
I
you for
believe
saying
that
it
the
so
boards
Let's-
that
let's do it.
report to council,
Yeah.
the boards that report to council should be on the council budget, I think. Councilmember Laredo, do you disagree with that?
I agree 100%. The police department's budget, the police department reports to us.
No,
The fire
I'm
department
sorry.
reports to us.
What I'm
Well,
asking you,
I agree
Councilmember,
with you 100%. Segregated.
I
and
don't,
have it
well,
in a
I don't know if
different
you
tab.
do. I think there's I think there's.
let me just
there's a-
rephrase, Councilmember
Okay.
Laredo, to make sure that we're actually on the same page.
Right.
I agree with you that things like the 4th of July parade, things that are truly community groups should have their own tab, be their own sheet, right?
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I think that the very few council boards, remember we went through the thing where we renamed everything to be a board and
Yes, I know.
all of those boards that report to us, there are a very small few, but some that receive funding. And I believe those belong on the council budget because those boards support council and advise council, and that money is essentially us spending through our own boards.
No, I
But
don't
I
agree
do
with
not-
the second
You
part.
don't? Okay.
No. I agree
Where do
with the
you
first
think
part.
they should go?
They should go to a different tab. It's just like we also.
Okay, well, I mean,
we
I would be
also- We
okay.
also,
I'd be okay with 2 separate tabs then, a council board tab and a community group tab, but I do not want to see a commingling of the two because I think that leads
no,
to.
no. I'm sorry. You would have to have 3 tabs. You're absolutely right.
Okay. And when he's finished with this, I have a similar question about the council budget.
So
Okay.
3 tabs, 3 sections it is, no problem.
Okay, perfect. Are we good?
My next question, I also had a little Post-it note here on this page asking about professional services, and I don't feel that my particular part of the question's been answered. I'm assuming that this is a line item that is similar to we've had in the past years, the lobbyist services on the council budget. Is that included in this number for professional services?
The state lobbyists and the federal lobbyists excluding beach. The beach team is in my budget, but our recurring lobbyists are the remaining 74 in the council's budget.
Okay, and that is both local and I don't believe we employ a federal lobbyist out of this. This is state and local representation, is that right?
Correct. And then
I
the
thought
beach
that-
team.
And it is unchanged. I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that we had consensus of council that we were no longer going to continue with local lobbyist representation because we hadn't been getting money out of it, and we felt that we did a great job representing ourselves and using resources within our community. So I would propose that we drop the local lobbyist services. We would see some savings there. And I do think we get money back from the state, although I think we also requested a breakdown of how much money we have gotten from them so we could weigh it against what we do spend. And I also think on that same thought that we've been waiting for at least 2 years for an RFP lobbyist. I thought it was ready to go. And I thought we had consensus of council. Anyone jump in if I'm wrong, that we thought it was time to review our representation. Of course, our current lobbyist would be asked to participate in the process, much the same way we did with the financial advisor. Am I off on that?
No.
I don't think you were wrong. I think that was right. I think, yeah.
Okay, so are we scrapping then here local lobbyist representation in this professional services line item.
I thought so.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, but not to move it to another item, to eliminate.
No, to drop it, to cancel
Yeah, I
that
agree.
part of the contract. I think we have a 30 days provision in our contract.
I'm with you.
Good, perfect.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
where
and we
did-
also will circulate the lobbyist RFP as well for you to look at to make sure. we
Thank
can-
you.
Sure.
The 2040 vision, is that part of the professional services?
Yes, sir.
The urban planner was.
I'm saying it
It
was.
was, but it's not anymore, is it?
Right, correct, it's gone.
The 74,000 is just a
It
lot.
hasn't been spent. Is it going to be spent then? Committed?
It wasn't spent, was it, the urban planner?
Not
Yeah.
spent according to 430, but is it committed?
So Brett, do you want to speak to it or would you like me to?
Oh, you, Madam Manager?
I don't know if it's committed or not. I just know that they're negotiating the price right now.
Right, so no contract has been awarded by council. The solicitation went out, we received proposals, but no award has been made by council or presented to council.
Are you telling me that we're gonna spend the 100,000? I remember voting against it. In this time, we just went through
We have
eloquent
7 people up here.
that we're spending 70-some thousand for a consultant for a 2020. Please don't tell me that's not happening.
The decision to actually award the contract, sir, has not been presented to you.
Well, can we stop it now in the spirit of cutting back and back to essentials? That is not a necessary service. That is not something that people are going to tangibly feel today, tomorrow, the year after. In this
We
year
had a
of
vote on
crisis.
this, didn't we?
Well, I think
I don't remember voting on this. I mean, I voted against it all along, and it kept coming back in different form. Things get hidden around this budget.
They're not coming
Guys,
back.
this
in
is-
different-
Councilmember, Vice Mayor will speak and then Councilmember Petro.
$74,000 that's on the budget is only the lobbyists. That's it. Local and state. The year before, we had professional service budgeted. That had the $114,000. So you can see that this year does not have the $114,000.
So,
Vice Mayor, are you?
no, Councilmember Laredo, I'm sorry, I have to let, Councilmember Petros is up and then you can come up. Councilmember Petros.
What I'd like to say is we need to stay focused on the budget for this year to try to get through this tonight. And if there's things we want to go back on, if we have time, let's do that.
That's
So
fine.
are you
Councilmember
telling
Laredo?
me again that we are gonna spend $100,000 for a consultant to give us a 2040 plan? Forget about what budget is in, it's cash flow. Councilwoman Petros, it's money. Do we have money? We have to spend it? We can roll it
No,
over.
not at all. But what I would say is that this is not hitting the budget this year. This is something that would come
But it's-
before us
but-
for a
but we're
second
cutting
vote.
back.
I'm
What are you,
I'm
what
not
are we gonna cut?
disagreeing with you.
Not coming back.
But it's next by, they already have an RFP, they're
Hold on.
negotiating a price.
Hold on, everybody settle
How do I
down.
tell people on the street that we're gonna spend this kind of money?
Councilmember Segarola, you're up.
I agree that we really just need to move on and get through tonight, but I agree with Councilmember Laredo. We're gonna have to revisit some of our past decisions and revote. I am fully in favor of taking that $100,000 back, given the financial circumstances, and that's not the only decision we're gonna have to make of that kind.
We would have to do that anyways. We have to vote for any contract that would come in front of us. So.
Right,
regardless
but
of-
we're gonna have to reallocate the money within the budget.
Remember, this is a workshop. We're not,
Correct.
whether, we're just, if we want to pull something, certainly we can give direction to the manager, but we're going to have to vote on this budget in September. Let's remember that.
True.
Yeah, but after
And
tonight, Mayor,
each contract award that is presented subject to this budget, you will vote on as well.
Correct.
what was that again?
That
Any
you will,
contract-
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, Manager.
Councilmember Laredo, that you will have an opportunity to vote no.
I understand that, Madam Manager. Again, communications. People are watching this program. Taxpayers are in living now. And we need to say, at least, if you can't vote today, because legally, to freeze all non-essential outsourcing consultants until further notice. If we don't at least send that message, people are going to laugh about our speeches about cutting. Really, I mean, I sometimes wonder, we at least freeze it. We don't have to pick anyone specific. There are other things out there that this has been the third year of declining property values. Third year. It's not just this year. And yet things, if you look at the numbers over the last 10 years, it keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. When are we going to stop? If I would suggest a motion or a feeling that we freeze all non-essential services, so it's consistent to the speeches earlier, that we don't want to sacrifice core services, police, fire, etc. And these things are important, but not essential. And in a moment of crisis, we had to freeze it until we get to review it. I thought we had done it. I'm sorry. I
think we should just move on and do the workshop.
Just move on, and the money stays there, and it gets spent. Good.
No, nobody's approving the budget tonight. Nobody's approving the budget.
But there is already $100,000, Mayor.
No, there isn't. It's not. It was taken out. It was taken out of the budget. It's not in the budget.
It was taken out of our budget, sir. I just heard the Vice Mayor say that they are in the final negotiations with the price with the consultant. Did I not?
That was on last year's budget, not on this year's budget.
You about the budget.
Still has to come back to us for a vote. When it comes back, it can be voted down or voted up.
You are proceeding to spend the consultant for 2030, which is up to $100,000. That requires a yes or no. Whether it's on last year's budget, but the money
we have to come back to council and get that. And by the way, we proceeded with the going out and getting the amount of money from our from these consultants based on your motion, and it was passed that we go out.
No, I voted against this three times.
No, you made the motion to do it, and I'll bring it forward to show you.
Well, you bring it up, but sir, I have been consistent. That is ridiculous, even on the bonanza year, that we spend $100,000 for a consultant to tell us we're 20 years from now.
And we
had a vote. But anyways, I think we should just move on.
We're going to move on. We're moving on. Next item.
I really don't understand you.
Next item.
Okay, so I look forward to any questions that come up with regard to the budget message or financial policies as council members of the community has them. For now, if we're done with council, I suggest we jump to CIP if we're ready for that.
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay. So I think investing in the long-term resilience infrastructure of the island is of critical importance to the village. We've discussed on numerous occasions, and a final decision hasn't really been made with regard to some of the more substantial in projects. My recommendation as presented in this budget is to really focus in and invest energy, time, money in undergrounding of utilities, shoreline protection, so beach nourishment, dunes, breakwaters, shoreline protection. The stormwater utilities, I'm going to point out, is not in this fund, but that is another very important resilience project, as well as the roadway improvements. So the way that we've done this on the revenue side, we've really focused on grant money. So if you look on your revenues, we've got about almost over $2 million worth of grants from DEP and Department of Emergency Management, as well as the $3.145 million is a reimbursement for Hurricane Irma, that due to the fact that Hurricane Irma had been expensed out of operating funds, we now received that first drawdown of the money. We're expecting another $4 million or so to come back to us from Irma. And then a transfer from the transportation fund, which is a restricted revenue, which basically funds the transit operation freebie, as well as some transportation improvements. So with this strategy, we've used grant money and restricted revenues and reimbursements from working capital, and to the tune of about $4 million. With the $4 million, we want to do about 60% of that towards pure resilience projects, and about 40% is for what we're calling quality of life improvements. But those also tap into the roadway improvements like the complete streets, And then there are a handful of projects that we had previously discussed last year that there is still an opportunity to move forward. So I didn't want to disengage them entirely. But given the financial constraints, we've presented a plan that issues debt in 2022, leveraging debt that is falling off in the current year and next year. So by those monies becoming available, instead of spending them on other things, what we're recommending is dedicating those funds for the debt service, for the resilience infrastructure improvements. And we're also, there are a handful of other projects that the community and the staff, and from what I gather, most council members are interested in making those improvements, including the gazebo and the lake park and the beach park, some of the improvements to the lighting on Crandon Boulevard so that we can have, better for the holiday party, and some small incidental projects like that, including landscape projects and things like that. So hopefully folks have had a time to look through this. And I wanted to get some feedback from the council on our tolerance for borrowing. Do we think that we've got the right projects? Those four, one of which is in stormwater, and the other three projects. And we have done a write-up where for each project, we call out the total cost of the project, the current year allocation, and what the deliverable will be. So hopefully that's nice and clear and transparent for everybody. And we can go through project by project, or if there are any questions between me and Jake, you can pretty much, and I think Todd also, and moving forward, Dr. Samimi will also take on more and more of a role, in particular with the shoreline protection projects, as well as the roadway improvements, so that we have nice, sustainable solutions in the long run.
Let me just get some clarification with regard to the bond. Are you talking about, is this just our borrowing capacity, or are you talking about actually getting a bond for the 50,000?
I'm talking about actually getting a bond that is within our borrowing capacity, using debt that is falling off.
I'm sorry, so we're not,
right.
Okay, so that would not be going to referendum, is that correct?
Not a general obligation bond. This is a bond that would be
You're talking about
less
just a
money, and within our own borrowing capacity, it would only require a vote of council.
Is that what you're saying? I just want to be clear. We're just asking a question as to the, okay, all right. And then,
I have questions.
I know, I know. You all, I see y'all waving your hands. I will definitely make sure you all are heard. I just had one more question about roads. The complete streets. It says Crandon Boulevard bike and pedestrian improvements. Is the complete streets, that's the bike lanes?
So what we're trying to do, complete streets is a concept that has all these different elements. So what we're trying to do is get folks resonating with these terms so that we can simplify these messages moving forward. Complete streets addresses all of the elements of a roadway, of which it includes, which one were you thinking of? This traffic circles?
I just saw the two top lines are Crandon Boulevard bike and pedestrian improvements, and then it has the improvements traffic circles. I guess my question on this is, look, a lot of our streets look like they're in disrepair. I've had somebody compare them to the streets of Afghanistan. And so I'm wondering, is that sufficient? Would Jake think that's enough money to actually improve our streets and make them look the way people want them to look?
So if we want to do milling and resurfacing, that is not included here. Jake, there's Jake. He can speak to what that process would look like. Hi, Jake.
Good evening, Mayor.
Sir.
How are you? That's certainly not enough. It's really a small improvements. We have 5 traffic circles in Harbor Drive in major disrepair, and this would fund, I would say, 2 to 3 traffic circle reconstruction. And what I had in mind was to have a design in the sense that if you were to raise the streets in the future, this would complement it.
Okay.
The standalone project, it's something that we have to do because it's become very dangerous. The concrete is being broken, the bars are being exposed, but by no means, by far stretch, it's nowhere near what we need. We need many million dollars to repair our streets.
How much would you estimate, just roughly?
It's about $1 million a mile if you wanted to really bring the street to a level that it's better be increase it and put sidewalks, curb and gutter, you name it. But that's like a full reconstruction. If you just mill and resurface, it's a lot cheaper.
Okay.
But that's not what we need. We need to really improve our streets. And
I think that's a part of the conversation for the 2040 people too.
Correct.
All right. And I before I finish, I just, if we're going to take on any debt, I think one of the things we do need, I'm not a big fan of referendums, but frankly, if we're going to be going out and doing huge projects and putting the village into a lot of debt, I think I would be a proponent of putting this out for a referendum on debt. Councilmember McCormick, then Councilmember London, and then Councilmember Petros, did you raise your hand or were you just thinking? Okay, all right. So Councilmember McCormick and then Councilmember London.
Okay, some of the things I was wondering about why they aren't on the capital improvement plan. I don't see anything there about 530 Crandon. Have we just abandoned that project? What happened to the budgeted funds that we budgeted for last year on 530? Do you want to go one by one or should I?
Sure, we can go one by one. So 530 Crandon, it's the last line under Quality of Life Parks and Rec. It was budgeted in fiscal 20. So we did not allocate additional funding in 21.
It's set to continue and to finish, but it's under parks.
We have, right, it's under.
Okay, I missed it there. I was looking for it in capital improvements. And the other one, maybe I missed it somewhere else. We approved in like June of 18, an outfall at Harbor Point.
The 013 outfall?
Yeah, is that somewhere?
No, that's already funded and it's not for 21. We don't need any more funds for that.
Okay. And then the other thing that I didn't see, maybe it was somewhere else, is the landscaping contract that we approved has this metrics for measuring and accountability, but it's my understanding, and we talked about it the other day a little bit, that there's a certain level that we first have to restore or bring our property up to before we can hold them accountable for maintaining it, I think is how it was explained to me. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And do we have enough money in previously budgeted unspent funds, or did you budget more money to achieve that level quickly so that we could actually enforce the contract that we just approved?
Right, so that's an excellent question. So in our operating budget and when we awarded the contract, we called out how we've performed under the existing budget. We have about 250,000, almost 300,000 in current year funds in the Public Works departmental operating budget. My expectation is as we work through the assessment with SFM over the next few weeks, I was going to circle back with council with whatever the proposed recommendations are. And if the 250-300 is insufficient, I would recommend bringing back for council approval in the budget the additional funding to bring us up to standard.
And do you think you can have that information before the budget hearings in September?
Yes, that is the plan.
Okay. And then my next thing was in revenues with capital improvement, you talk about working capital, and it seems to me the dollar amount there is exactly the IRMA reimbursement. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happens with, when you look through this budget and you look through the year-to-date numbers, there is a lot of unspent money, some of which will be spent, but it strikes me a fair amount won't, especially things that we've decided not to do. What that money typically, I think, goes to working capital. Do you have that accounted for anywhere or plan on putting it? I didn't see it under revenues.
Yes, so basically, if you look at the fiscal 20 projection, which is the third column in the CIP, and the 21 proposed, if you look at those two columns together, that's the workload that we are embarking on and the investment that we're making between that we're working on now and that we will work on through September 30th. So to give you an example, funding had been allocated for the fire radios at 250,000. We've awarded those radios. They came in 191. So the difference will drop down to working capital and be available for other projects.
Yeah, I wasn't talking just about in capital improvements. I meant throughout the entire budget. And I'm wondering if you have a number that you've been able to identify of how much unspent funds you think you'll have when you get to the end of the year. And maybe you haven't gotten there yet.
We don't have a final number yet. We're still working on that. But when we do, the plan would be anything that we did not accomplish. You have two scenarios, right? Either one, we come back to the council and we say, as part of the budget, the year-end budget, that we request that the funds be carried forward because we need more time to complete the project. So those are for those one-time projects. And then those operational needs. So for example, perhaps, services that were not rendered at the community center because it's been closed, those funds would fall back into working capital, which is your fund balance reserve.
Okay, and then I have just two other questions, maybe three, but the rest of the Hurricane Irma reimbursement money, when do you have any expectation of when that'll come in? Because it's a pretty tidy sum.
Yeah, we don't. It's difficult to say with FEMA when things come in. So I can say that as of 2 years ago, I was still negotiating disallowances from Hurricane Wilma that was in 2005. So
you can't be banking on that. And
we
then
can't be banking on it.
Just the question about debt and about the debts that are falling off and using those as a revenue source for new debt. How do you think is it a realistic assumption to think that you could effectively do that when this year you're relying so heavily on the First Civic Center loan just to try to get closer to a balanced budget? If you can't do it this year, why do you feel you would be able to next year? I think it sounds good in theory. I feel like we need to always be operating in a realistic way.
Right.
I don't know if it's realistic to say, well, I can't do it this year, but I'll definitely be able to do it next year.
Well, I think it's going to take discipline on behalf of the council to not, reallocate those funds elsewhere, and on behalf of staff to properly account for the reservation of those funds and, we just have to make that agreement and that commitment that we're not going to reallocate that debt to anything else.
Right, but this year, you've already used it for operating expenses. Like, that's not council deciding to reallocate those funds. And I'm not trying to set you up. I'm trying to literally ask, how can we be planning for 2 years out in a realistic way to do something that we can't do this year?
Yeah, so Benjamin is here with us. He can speak to that in a little more depth.
Hi, good evening, Council Member McCormick. Great question. In terms of the Civic Center loan falling off for the $800,000, we wanted to delay the borrowing until FY 2022 to give FY 21 as almost a rebounding year. As we see, we're in the recovery phases of COVID. We expect the revenues to pick up during FY 21. It's almost a wait and see approach. The other opportunity we have is we're also using the increase in the franchise fees to help plug the budget holes during the FY 21 budget. So those two things are needed right now. I think it would be irresponsible to put the borrowings in FY 21 when we've been hit by these decreases in the revenue, but it'll give us a year to monitor and see that the revenues rebound, and then we'll have this additional revenue to pledge. The other item that happens in fiscal year 21 is there's another capital improvement 2011A bond falls off also. So there's additional revenue to pledge to receive the $50 million in borrowing to fund those CIP projects.
Thank you so much. That was a very good and clear answer that actually does make sense. So thank you for that. And that was the last of my questions on CAP.
Councilmember London.
It's been so long ago since I wanted to speak. I almost.
I figured he forgot.
I'll pass, Michael.
Councilmember Petros.
Could you, for clarification for the residents of our community, go through what we've actually accomplished on this list for fiscal year 20, and then what you expect with your proposed 2021 budget to have done by the end? Because this was one of the things we spoke about in our conversation, that there's been delays because of the approval process necessary to get some of these projects going. And the fact of the matter is some of the 20 projects will be completed in 21. So if you could just high level tell everyone what's going on, I think that would help.
Yes, so that is correct. Some of the projects that we hoped to start and finish in 20, we have not been able to complete those projects. So the best examples, I think, and this item is up for discussion, I understand, again on June 30th, which is the Green Light Bike Lane appropriation for Crandon Boulevard. I understand there's some concerns that are going to be discussed at the June 30th council meeting. The issue we had there was with the FDOT and the approved product, which we got through. The council authorized the change that we needed. FDOT approved that. So assuming that there's no change that we get on June 30th, that project will be delivered. With regard to the fire engine replacement, we have not made the purchase of the fire engine. The fire engine initially had anticipated debt for to borrow debt for the fire engine. Primarily, I think that the reality with the fire engine, our fire department resources have been very engaged with COVID and dealing with the emergency, and have not been able to put together a package, although we anticipate moving forward with the fire truck, and we do anticipate probably bringing the authorization to council in 20, but the actual delivery, remember the fabrication and outfitting of the truck takes about a year. So, but we're asking that those funds be carried forward and allocated for that project. Safe routes to school, part of the reason that that staff needed the meeting on June 30th, and we're glad that is happening. We're awarding the construction contract for safe routes to school. So shortly after that award, the work will commence and will be completed by calendar year end. So December, before January of next year. With regard to undergrounding, the progress we have been able to make is to procure competitively bid surveyors to be able to do the data collection required for FPL to do the cost estimate. So the staff was asked to hold back on proceeding with the actual work until we could figure out the storm hardening protection plan from FPL and whether or not we would be able to secure additional funds from FPL. But we have been able to secure those contracts. So the next step would be an award to one of the surveying firms. We awarded 3 to be able to do that surveying work, which will take about a year, the work itself, and that data collection will be useful not only for necessary, not only for the undergrounding projects, but also for the stormwater improvements. The Army Corps, the Shoreline Protection Project. So initially 600,000 was allocated, which assumed that the village would supplement the Army Corps of Engineers study. It looks like I'm increasingly optimistic that we become a part of the Army Corps' 50-year project. Notwithstanding, we have incurred some expenditures and we anticipate some additional expenditures to be able to bring forth the public access that we need, which was a commitment that the village made to the Army Corps that we would improve our public access. So there will be some costs to getting the easements in place, as well as some survey work that we would expect to need. So we don't need the whole 600. So to Councilmember McCormick's point, this is an example where that $400,000 difference will go back into your reserve. The Shoreline Protection Project, we awarded that work. So we awarded the design work. So you'll see that projection actually puts together both the dune and the sand design that was already awarded. So that will be delivered this year. The solar energy for masts. So the village has completed our part. We've gone through the procurement process. Recommended vendor. The next step is the interlocal agreement with the school board. So as soon as we can bring forth the interlocal agreement from the school board, we'll be able to work with Mast Academy and install the solar panels for their lights. So that's something that we will be completing. And then on to the next page, the Crandon bike and pedestrian improvements. So this was, again, the total project was the 2.265 million. This project, we are recommending to move forward with the next, so the green bike lanes happened, and there are additional steps that we would move forward with. We only anticipate 200,000 for next year for 21. And then in 22, I think if the resilience improvement, if the bond for the resilience, this is one of those projects where making these improvements would help with regard to the elevation of the road. I think it's something that we need to consider in our long-term strategy. And then the traffic circles Jake spoke to earlier. The parking, the Fernwood parking improvements, we were hoping to make it to the June 30th meeting for award, but unfortunately the item is not ready. So that'll go for award in August. The construction won't take too long. So we'll award in August, and then in early 21 will be completed with that project. The Mashta Bridge repairs will be completed. The Crandon electrical updates. So we spent some energy that the costs haven't hit the books yet, but we basically did the assessment on Crandon Boulevard to be able to upgrade the electrical system so that we can have the Christmas holiday lights, as well as the irrigation system that we anticipate we'll need once we do some beautification improvements on Crandon Boulevard. We anticipate there to be a need for some improvements to the electrical system, to the irrigation system, one of which we want it to be electrified so that we can control, they're manually controlled now. We would like to control them the same way we do on the Village Green with timers, which would require and other sort of sensors to make it more efficient. So we are asking for additional funds next year. We've done the preliminary work. Now we want to make that, make those improvements. Community center expansion is something that we have not done. The community center expansion, there was a placeholder last year for $1 million to try to advance the design. I felt, so two things happened. One, we haven't issued any debt because we went through the process of updating our FA, and that's still pending. It was deferred at the last meeting, hopefully to be decided on June 30th. So hopefully we can go to market. But more so than that, with the community center expansion, it's a large project. It's a large dollar amount, big impact to the community. I think very desirable from what our survey results say. But I think that the tough question needs to be answered as to what is our funding strategy for the entire project. I think to only allocate, kind of pay as you go to some of these projects, it puts the village in a position, perhaps like what we experienced with 530, where we'll make a design and a decade has gone by and we've made several versions of plans and conceptuals, but I don't want us to be in the same place with the community center. So I wanted to really stick a pin on that and make sure that we're all clear on what this is, what the cost is, and that we can commit to a funding strategy that would support the full implementation and then also the ongoing operation and maintenance of that facility. The sports lighting at the K8, this was an example. If you'll notice, there wasn't a budget in fiscal 20. This was a project that is similar to a lot of what we're experiencing. So this was a project that had previously been authorized by the council, but only completed and billed in this year. So it had to hit this year's budget, but it's a project that had carried over from prior years. The beach park and lake park improvements, we are bringing an award, I think at the August meeting for beach park, for the beach and lake park. So award at the August meeting to make those improvements. So that work will be awarded this year and executed next year. And then finally, I guess two more. The play fields at Presbyterian. So we had allocated funds with the hope of being able to enter into an agreement for some future park and open space in coordination with the Crossbridge Church. Those negotiations are ongoing. No decisions have been made or presented to council. The 100,000 that was delivered was the resurfacing of the parking lot. And then finally, the park at 530, where we reduced the allocation to 1 million. And basically what we're trying to do is find a way to value engineer this and bring a usable product forth that doesn't break the bank. So that's kind of a recap of each of the projects that we had outlined, where we are, and the memo gives many more details about that, but we can happily answer any questions on those projects.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Just to clarify one other thing, Andrea.
Oh, go ahead.
This year, in fiscal year 2021, the only funds in this revenue side that are not dedicated to a specific project is the transfer of the IRMA money, basically the 1.345. Is that accurate?
It's the only money that isn't what, I'm sorry?
Dedicated to a specific project, like the two above from
yes,
the
beach money and transportation. You are correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Moss? I got you.
Okay, I got it. Quick question. We're going to be spending money for the Safe Routes to School this year as well?
No, so the Safe Routes to School allocation, we're projecting no more than the amount we have budgeted in the current year. We're not asking for any additional funds for next year.
So that will carry over for this year?
Right.
Okay.
We're bringing the contract to the council for award on the June 30th meeting, and construction has to, by the grant, be completed by the end of the calendar year.
Okay.
Councilmember Cigarola?
Just as a quick aside, I have asked the clerk to put on next week's agenda the issue of the $200,000 for the bike lanes. I think that is the type of decision that we should reconsider. Right there, $200,000, that's 40% of the shortfall. That plus the $100,000 for the other contract that we spoke about before, you're more than half of what we're short. But these are the kind of savings I think we're going to have to take a long, hard look at over the next few months.
Anybody else on CIP? Councilmember Petros?
One other thing I'd just like everybody to understand. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I just acknowledging Ed is next.
Okay. I would like people to understand when we do these electrical updates for $125,000, that also includes a budget increase to our lighting of $45,000 to do the lighting through the Christmas season, which is in addition to the $65,000 that we allocate for all of the lighting and the Christmas tree that occurs around the Village Hall area. I have been told this year we are not going to have the Winterfest in here because we won't be hosting Winterfest, so that's an offset. But I wanted everyone to be aware that there's more to that price tag than just the upgrades.
Councilmember London. Got to come off mute, Ed. As much as we enjoy you. Go, Ed.
I'm trying.
There you go. Oh, sorry, I tried to help. Try it again.
All right. I'm unmuted now. Unmuted.
You're good.
No?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go.
Okay, fine. You brought up before, or Andrea brought up about the $50 million that we could spend without having a referendum and how we're not for referendums. And I understand that we are representative government, but by the same token, I think if we're going to do a bond issue, it should be all encompassing, everything we need for sustainability, for resilience, for those major projects, whether it's community center or whatever else, one big bond issue and have the community vote on it, show the support, be behind it. And if they're not, so be it. But at this point in time, I would be against having a bond issue without having the community vote for it and being in favor of it.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember McCormick. You're on mute.
Sorry, I wanted to ask for a clarification about the point Katie brought up about the Christmas lights. I think is a good one. I would still be inclined to support the installation, even if maybe this year wasn't the year that we upped our actual light budget. But could I ask, the reason I think I'd be inclined to agree is I thought that I heard that this same electrical work was required for the irrigation system that would help to preserve the money we're about to sink in to our landscaping. Is that right?
You got it. You got it right.
So, Katie's
Well, to
point
be
is,
clear, Andrea, I'm sorry to be a stickler on this, but the money would go towards automating the irrigation system. We have an irrigation system in place, but we can't digitize it. So it's the electrical component of the irrigation. The irrigation itself may need to be upgraded, but that would be an additional line item that we're not seeing here tonight.
That is also correct.
so this electrical work now would be to then pay to install something new?
So
Or
once
we would utilize it once we install it?
Right. So what we're doing is electrifying the system. So we're connecting the irrigation system to the electricity, providing electricity so that it can be so that the sprinkler system, the irrigation system can be automated the way that it is on the village green. So
but to do that, is there an incremental cost in technology for our current irrigation system?
Separate and apart, if we determine once we do the assessment with SFM that the irrigation, the heads, the pipes, if there need to be updates to the existing
for the
infrastructure.
automation, is the system right now capable of this automation? All it needs is this electrical work, or is there another piece to make it go?
Okay, Todd, if you would, that I don't know the answer to. Todd, you're muted, Todd.
Sorry about that. I don't know if Jake, I did the assessment on the electricity for the 125 palms, and that's what Jake and I are working on. I think he would have to speak to the irrigation system.
Sure. Right. So we gotta get a lot of benefits. Let me just describe what's in Crandon Boulevard. We have about over a couple hundred receptacles and a couple thousand conductors wiring in it. They're all broken. Conduits are broken. Service centers, the underground conduits from side of Crandon Boulevard to medians are broken. So all this electrical wiring and receptacles are going to be replaced with recessed receptacles. So they'll be resilient. It won't be easily broken or vandalized. Now, we have irrigation system in Crandon Boulevard, medians that both functioning and sometimes over waters, sometimes under waters. It's very hard to manage. There will be additional expense to digitize the system so we can computer control it. However, we'll see the savings on water consumption as well as the health of future planting in Crandon Boulevard.
Yeah, just we have installed that electrified system at the Village Green, the K8, and St. Agnes, and seen the results that Jake discussed.
Hey, Ignacio, Councilman Paula.
I will not take credit for this, but I just want to relay a message. I got a text message from Michelle Estevez. She says that the installed rain sensors do not work, that it could be controlled by staff. Miami-Dade County is giving rebates for automatic new irrigation, and that to contact Miami-Dade Water and Sewer because they went to keep calling into the presentation. So
we will follow up on that. Thank you, Michelle.
Councilman Laredo.
Yeah, a small but very important matter. It's been since a year or something that I've been on this council. Our next meeting on the 30th, is it possible to get a short answer and maybe if the resources are necessary on what is happening in action of Key County and Crandon and the delay with the so-called smart lights, and they're so smart you spend 10 minutes to get across, and every time we bring it up there is an explanation, and I don't understand that English, so perhaps the manager can come back with a brief, even if it's verbal report on where we are, if it costs something, if we can fix it, because it seems to be ongoing.
Right.
And I don't see anything.
Yeah. Chief
And don't
Press,
come back at what we cannot do if it's something that we can do.
Right. I think a brief, I want to remind everyone that it's a special call meeting. It had it started out with specific purposes because it was an additional meeting. I was trying to keep it limited. It seems to have taken a lot of its own. But I think that's a valid point, especially we're going into the summer, to just give an update to our residents, particularly our key colony residents who seem to be living with this debacle. Go ahead. Madam Manager, are you going to say something, Chief Press?
yeah, I if he's available, I don't think he's, there he is.
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Hi, Chief.
Hi.
Can you answer the question on adaptive, please?
In a nutshell, our adaptive is currently not adaptive. Technology was placed in by the Econolite system that was hired by Miami-Dade County to do 300 intersections. In the time that they were doing those intersections, they applied to do the majority of intersections within the county. There became a kind of a dogfight between the county, Econolite, and some other proprietors that wanted to do this technology in the majority of the county systems. It has come to a kind of a dogfight between the county and Econolite as to who controls our lights. Even though the county controls it, they are blaming Econolite for the lack of adaptability currently. Econolite is blaming the county for not enacting the adaptability. And we are caught in the middle right now of what has become a fight between two major entities. And I can tell you right now that we are simply living with the traffic systems that we had before and waiting for whatever those legalities are between Econolite and the county to work themselves out. We've had Econolite out to look at the technology that they did put in, but until it is taken over by the county and controlled by the county, we are the kind of Oreo sandwich. We're the part stuck in the middle. And that's where we are currently today.
Mayor, first of all, I apologize. I mentioned that I needed this report for next meeting, not to include it here. But now that we're here, I'll take another minute.
Please.
With all due respect, Madam Manager, this is exactly verbatim what I heard a year and a half ago. And you can understand that people who pay taxes just simply do not understand that. They want to see what we're doing to alleviate their problem, whether that means, paying extra to policemen to have handheld traffic controls during rush hours. But I get the same, what we call boilerplate answer, and it's a good answer, but it's boilerplate answer that people simply do not understand. Our customers, our taxpayers, our shareholders. And further on this subject, about 7 or 8 months ago, you and I and a couple of Petros and I think Jake was with me in this resiliency conference in Key West. The mayor of Key West did a tour. Me and Jake went back about the flashing pedestrian crossing in red. We spent time. I think Jake said he was going to get back on this. And there is, as you know, on Brickell, just a few blocks from here, another pedestrian light, which is red. And, these things, I have a list of follow-up. I'm not a manager. I never heard back from Jake. I never heard back from you. There's always, there's a state, this and the other. If can we, obviously we can do it because Key West has done it in Roosevelt Avenue. City of Miami has done it on Brickell, right across from Santa Maria. It's a red flashing light. I just hope we move from the stratosphere of planning and studies to things that people can relate to. The Key Colony is an example. We need a red light, particularly across from the park where all the kids are all the time. And I don't mean the Grand Bay entrance, I mean the other one. We know that we already have an accident there with a child, with a motorcycle, thank God. And we've still got the flashing yellow that people don't understand. People understand a flashing red. Right. And I urge you to go by Brickell, and it says mandatory full stop. Please give us a report next time about what you're doing, what we're doing, not why we cannot do it, but what we can do. Please.
Madam Manager.
Three things, if I may. So one, the flashing lights on Brickell, and I think we had discussed this before. It would create it has a very adverse impact on the traffic congestion. I live on Brickell. I do that drive. It's not something that our traffic engineers advised as a solution. And I personally wouldn't recommend that as a solution. With regard to the work that Jake had done at the workshop, I will get back with Jake and see what can be done there. And the third point, if you do have a list of things that you're waiting on from me.
No, I am the only way I get things done. Park signs. We had an engagement when we had that wonderful thing last week with the staff on resiliency. And after a constructive engagement, to put it nicely and politically, I said they have a big sign with the name of the demolition people. People are going by there and say that maybe that's a new big house. And thank God, thank you, Jay, and everybody. A sign finally was put up saying your taxpayers' money at work.
Right.
That's, but it's been a year. And it wasn't a shop. It was not a trade conversation. We put a tour of Roosevelt Island with the officers from the city of Key Biscayne. And let me tell you, it is substantively, the decisions on these things and the desirability are ours. To compare Brickell across Santa Maria to a disaster, hopefully never happens, and the park, where a red light should be there and it can be done, we should do it. And if it requires a resolution, I'll prepare it for next time. Just because it doesn't work for you on Brickell doesn't mean that it worked for us. That is where the kids cross. And now the little ones with those little skateboards,
so the solution that we did deploy, that we did deploy was to staff the crossing guards at that intersection to protect those kids.
Put a red light, yes or no?
No. Well, look, I think to her point, she said she's not going to, but I think to Councilmember Laredo's point, let's find a solution. It has been something that's been talked about over and over and over again, and we're not getting any. So hopefully the crossing guards, I think, are going to be discussed in the police budget about staffing those spots. Is that correct?
Yes. So we had authorized the crossing guards to staff Crandon and help at those crossing points that were high risk, high danger, and then COVID hit, schools closed, so we pulled back on that assignment. But that was the short-term solution. And then with regard to the intersection, that I need to discuss with Jake and the traffic engineers and see where we are with the county.
But Mayor, what I wanted to get across is that it can be done under the law.
I understand what you're saying.
It can be done under the law, and it's our decision. Maybe on the 20th, just put up a red flashing light.
Well,
it's not your decision, and it's not Jay's decision. Perhaps we can take it up.
I think that's something for, if we want to budget for it, but this is not the time to, I understand where you're coming from, and I completely understand. Councilmember Segurola is next, then Councilmember McCormick.
With all due respect to what Chief Press said, I have not spoken to anyone in Miami-Dade County, but the Herald had an article on May 18th saying that the dispute that Chief Press said did in fact happen. But on May 18th, Miami-Dade County approved a $160 million new contract because it was put out to bid again. So here we are over a month later. All these issues can and should be resolved relatively quickly. Somebody else is already in charge, or the contract was reaffirmed. So we should be able to get an answer from the county very quick regarding what's going to happen with those traffic lights, especially since we've been waiting for so long.
We'll circle back and provide an update on the 30th. And with regard to just putting in a red light, how do you feel as a council if it requires a county permit? Do we
Well, we're not going to
Not
vote
one
on
of-
that right now. If you want to, I think that's getting ahead of ours. That's irresponsible budgeting by us to say, oh, we're just going to put it in a red light now. I think we've been talking about these things. That's the conversation to have. If you want to budget it, fine. But that's a conversation we have to have. I'm not going to make a determination. And I think it's irresponsible of us to say, oh, we should put a red light in there. I understand. And I believe intuitively, I would think a red light would be the best thing to be there, but I think it's irresponsible for us to be saying, yes, let's put a red light there at a budget workshop.
I don't know. I don't understand. Do you, when I brought this issue about a year and a half ago, it was immersed in all kinds of legal restrictions and county jurisdiction. Clearly we can do it. So it's our decision to do it. I just want to get a sense of my colleagues, because I may be on another planet, that this is a disaster waiting to happen, that intersection alone. Others have seen the wisdom of them and done it. It is a minimal cost in this budget. It cannot be that big a deal because the signs and the electric wire is already there. We just have to change from yellow to red. And the sign on Brickell, I urge you to see it, and it says must stop, just like the one in Key West, which Jay sold with me. But that was
No,
a
I
year,
understand, but I think we.
Hey, or I mean, I'm sure you approve it. I mean, you have kids. We got to give her direction or come back and say it costs $100,000, $1,000, $2,000. I really think we owe it to our children.
Can I
That is
jump
really
in? I may be able to offer some insight, having sat up here for a while. I agree that red would be way better than yellow. I also agree 100% that is an incredibly dangerous crossing for kids, and it is really frequented by kids. I love the idea of putting a crossing guard there while we have this problem. But my memory, and Chief Press, you can tell me if you disagree, but what I remember about the reason why we cannot touch those existing flashing lights was that at the time we last had a major discussion about this was a few years ago. We had someone from the county come out, and he shared with us that there was some type of litigation with an intellectual property issue.
Well, that's what they were just talking about.
So, but if that is all resolved, I agree with you. And I would.
It's not all resolved, ma'am. It's not all resolved.
It's not. So, Chad, is there anything that we can do from some other form of intervention? It's this, ironically, is this a local lobbyist issue? Is this someone in our community could help with?
Oh, we can lobby it, but I mean, yeah, Chad, can you give us a direction on that at all, if you have any?
I mean, I think we need to look at the agreement and see what our rights and remedies are. And then we can report back, as Councilmember Laredo said, on the 30th next week on what options.
Okay. All right. And then, okay, let's keep moving then. But I guess we're going to bring that one back. All right, where are we next? Madam Manager?
So feedback, input, do we want to add projects? Are we okay with the projects we have? Do we want to expedite? Do we want to borrow? How do we like the funding strategy? So this is what's before you to give me feedback on what you want to see coming forward for the hearing in September, or perhaps a second budget workshop.
A second budget workshop in August. I think these are good items. There's an item that I'd be bringing up in Public Works, but we'll talk about that there, I think, because it's more in line with the Sargassum issue. Is there anything else anybody's thinking about? Playing fields, I didn't see a lot toward those, but I think we've got some time. I think we do have to keep considering where we can work with the city of Miami or the county on fields. We still need fields. And I think if we are going to go out, I want to keep those. If we are going to go out and do a bond, I would like to consider additional fields.
Okay.
But that's again, that I think I'm happy to put that off until August when I've got a little better sense of the numbers on that and see where we are headed. Let's move on. Anybody else?
Andrea, can you give us a little understanding of your landscape lighting, the LED and solar that you have allocated of $220,000?
Yeah, I think we have that in the out years,
2021 proposed? Right above the electrical updates for the Crandon median.
I can answer if you like.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike. Go ahead, Jake. The vandalism.
Right. So we have currently 228 existing bullet lights throughout the village that we maintain and we pay a great deal of money. There are some lights that get broken and then we fix them and they get broken again before I even have a chance to pay the invoice to electrician. So it's so what we did was if you walk around the village hall, you will see this new recessed light embedded in the pavers or the concrete, and so that they cannot be broken. Now, so my plan is to replace all 228. I also added additional 100 lights for the future landscaping. So this budget includes converting all the bullet lights to recessed ones, plus allowance for additional 100 lights for the future landscape lights.
And this is a project that you're planning to do next year. That's where.
Correct. We're spending this money. If I don't do this, we'll be spending on just paying an electrician to replace the bullet light.
Can you give us an understanding of how much money you've had to pay this year to maintain the current system?
We pay in the neighborhood of about $80,000 a year for electrical.
Just for these or for everything?
It's for everything, but this is a good portion. I mean, keep them busy replacing these bullet lights, unfortunately.
And if I understood correctly what you were saying, Andrea, this is due to vandalism, or is there another reason?
We've had situations where we see people kick them, and because of the way they're just kind of in the way. So the solution that Jake and I came up with was a recessed lighting, which looks neater and cleaner, and then it also is more difficult to tamper with.
Okay, and the community center roof membrane, is that something we discussed before, or is we had leaks, I think, recently?
We do, and Todd can speak to what has been going on the past few months since COVID. You know, obviously there hasn't been much activity, but we still are having some leaks. Todd?
Yeah, we're still having significant leaks in the second floor and first floor. And we had one of our PZP employees do an analysis. They came through. Thankfully, after some of the significant rains, it's clearly evident where all the leaks are. And I could show them where all the roof tiles had to be removed. Obviously, we have buckets all over the gym floor because we can't afford to lose that wood floor again. And so it's a pretty significant risk to the community center.
Is this an insurance issue? Are we able to claim on our insurance for the problem?
I don't, at this point, the community center's 15, 16 years old. I don't think so.
Do we need a new roof?
We're hoping that this solves the problem, this silicone approach.
The roof is 15 years old?
2004, so yeah, 16.
2016, 16 years.
I think it goes to when we're doing our strategic work plan, the biggest risk I do think is our aging infrastructure, and we need to address it, and this is a way to address it.
I don't know if this lands in capital improvement in my mind, and I'm not sure, if we don't say anything right now, is the general idea that we're good with all these projects and the total, and we're gonna find a way to fund them? I'm asking the rest of my council. No answers?
Well, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question? You're not sure if it's a capital improvement?
Well, the manager just asked us how we felt about this list. And I asked a few questions about specific items, but this is a point where we make a determination, I think, just at least in theory, that we either approve all these projects sitting here and we're gonna find a way to try to fund them, or we want to hold off on some. Shouldn't we be having that discussion right now?
You know, make a suggestion. I mean, I don't see, you don't think we should do the roof?
I'm not saying whether we should or shouldn't do any specific one, but what I am saying is if we don't discuss it now, we are basically saying we're good with all of these. The roof, I think we need to do it as a stopgap, but we probably need to look at a new roof because it's that old and if it's having that many problems. I'm not sure it makes sense to me personally fund all of these lights to turn them to LED this year. That would be something I would consider scaling back on. Our improvements on the traffic circles at $500,000. If we are, this idea of complete streets versus what we're doing kind of as a maintenance stopgap may need a little more clarification in my mind. The beach and lake park improvements, if you put the two together, it's $660,000 to do the 2 gazebos, the restrooms and the path. I very much think those gazebos need to be repaired. I don't know if this is just repair or we're looking to upgrade and how we feel about that. St. Agnes Field improvements, does that need to even happen this year? Given what's going on, is that something we could hold off? Because there hasn't been a lot of usage this year. And I guess that's the main ones that I'm looking at right now. But does anyone else have a thought?
Well, I mean, you know, additional 300 to bring the park up to standards. I mean, we're talking about the lake, we're talking about the beach park, where the fountain, where the kids play.
It's a combination of beach and lake park improvements. So it's 2
Well, I understand that, but it says additional 300,000 to bring park up to standards, including pump repair, splash light, and gazebo railing. That's talking about the beach park, correct?
Yeah, the beach park and the lake park, it's one folio. So the beach park's on the beach side.
I understand it's one folio, but you say here, you say 306 or 300,000 for beach and lake park, and then additional 300,000 required to bring park up to standards, including pump repair. Where is the pump repair?
Jay, can you speak to the pump?
It's at the beach park pump, Mayor.
Where's the splash pad?
Right.
Where is the splash pad? Where?
It's at the beach park.
Okay, so all of that's at the beach park. So my point is, the 300,000 is for the other gazebo, and then the restroom and the path, I would assume, right? Or am I wrong?
You are correct. We'll replace the gazebo's roof, bathrooms roof, the guard booths roof. We may possibly realign the sidewalk that lead into the gazebo. We have to fix the railings, possibly remove the bridge.
That's a safety issue.
Yes, and possibly remove the bridge and make a new ADA ramp on the backside, painting and landscaping.
Yeah, I don't think we can forego those items. You know, to your point about the lighting, I mean, do we need to? I understand you're saying, do we need to do them? I don't have a problem with that. And Todd, what do you think about the sports field, the field improvements at St. Agnes?
That's something that's been deferred over time. We could defer it again, but at some point, it's kind of a patchwork of grasses out there.
Well, is it dangerous? I mean, it's, you know, when the Village Green looked like Verdun, I wasn't really thrilled with it. Is it starting to get to the point where it looks like a World War I battlefield? I see
if you were to go look at it today, even after 3 months off, it's filled with ruts. We're going to take care of that. But at some point, if not this year, next year, we need to go in and really upgrade that field so it's sustainable.
I mean, you know, again, Katie, I back you on the lighting. I don't know. It seems to me that there's more that we have to do than just this amount. So yeah, maybe we hold off on the lighting issues. Councilmember London, what did you have to say?
Two things. One, the numbers we're looking at, are these just estimates from staff, or these are actually quotes from contractors? Do we actually know what things are going to cost, such as one of the numbers you mentioned? The next thing is, what are the priorities? What's the most important things to get done now rather than postpone on until later? I'd like to see a list organized and what's important to get on to now, whereas like Todd said, we can postpone this, we've done it, we can postpone it again. What should happen now? So we can look at it and say, these are the things we have to do. This is what it's going to cost us. These are the things we can put off, and that's what we can save today, or we have the money, we can spend it today. And I think if we have that, we can make much better decisions.
Great idea. Manager, can you come back with that list?
When do you want that list by, Mike? Is it next week, or are we going to have that at the meeting?
I think the
that
August
we're going to do.
The August 17th workshop.
But also get prices. I mean, we're just pulling prices out of the air.
Yeah, if we're just making it, he's right. If we're just making
rather
numbers.
than having contractors give us some bids or give us some estimates, then we have some more more meaningful way of saying this is going to cost us. In the past, we always usually over budget, underspend, pat ourselves on the back, don't take that money and attract it to the next year. So this time, let's do it right. Let's figure out what it's going to cost first. Let's prioritize, make decisions, move forward.
Great idea. I think that's fair. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I think though, just this is little housekeeping, but we should, I just learned that the governor signed something extending the virtual meetings to August 1. So I think it might be better for us if we schedule that next workshop in July.
End of July then? Last week?
I don't know if I can make it in July.
Okay. It's even remotely, Ignacio, you're going to be away.
I was thinking of being away 2 different weeks in July, so that's
we can work through the clerk to schedule it. We don't need to take the workshop for that, and maybe we can figure out some way to work around your travel. I just think it's so much easier and seems productive to do these virtually and safer, obviously, that I think it might be nice just to try to do it while we know that we can. So let's do that through the clerk.
We'll toss around some dates.
Sounds good.
But Allison, we can do virtual anytime we want.
But we need a quorum. We at least need 4 people for a quorum present.
Well, that's only if you're going to take official action. Like if you're going to hold.
Oh, that's true. If it's just a workshop, you're right.
Workshop, perfect.
Okay,
yes,
you're right.
Thank you.
Okay, good, perfect.
So to answer Councilmember London's point with regard to cost estimates, so the first 3, the most important projects, the undergrounding, the shoreline protection, and the roadway, the first element of the roadway improvements, those have actual cost estimates based on engineering cost estimates. The landscape lighting, we have cost estimates because we've done them. So we have the actual cost per unit and we have the number of units. So that's a real number. The electrical updates, we invested this year, figuring out what we needed. The 125 is the real number to do the upgrades. The roof membrane, I don't have quotes on. St. Agnes is based on the experience we've had of doing it in the past, but we can get quotes there. And then the beach and lake park improvements, we have quotes on some of the elements, but not on some of the more newly, on the newer asks. So to answer high level your question, these are good cost estimates. They're not total swags.
I didn't say they were total anything. I'm just saying when these are prioritized, have as much accurate numbers as possible so we can make intelligent decisions. That's all.
Right. So I think these are numbers that you can make intelligent decisions on. Point of clarification, Ed, do you feel like the list, do you want to go back to where we started at the retreat and go through every item, 2040, the 2020 vision plan, everything, and distill down? Or do you only want, what list do you want? Because we've gone through this exercise a few times, right?
You've got this list from that you've put together the list of CIPs. I think what he's saying is, to Councilmember Petros's point, if what are absolute needs that we must do this year, and what are things that we might be able to put off for some period of time?
Priority.
exactly.
I could answer that right now if my strong recommendation is focus all energy on utility underlining, shoreline protection, and complete streets, and forget everything else.
Shoreline protection and a few of these other things are major expenditures which would require a bond issue, whether it be the bond with our capacity to vote on council or a large bond that would have the requirement to be voted in November at the election.
Now that's the question. That's the question.
I'm obviously going to do whatever I can to defend a issue to spending of the $50–60 million without a referendum, because I think we have one large bond issue, and I think the community should be behind it. And I think that's what we should do, and we should educate the community, knowing what we're doing for the community, for us, for sustainability, for this community to go forward, for the shoreline, for the roads, for the storm sewer. These are the things we have to do. Now, if you want to add some other stuff into it that there's great support for, fine. But just to add things on that were not important to everybody, I wouldn't do that. I would try and limit it to those items. And it might be 100 million, it might be more. But the point being is we should put it before the community, let the community decide.
So if that is, so I'd like,
not the council's opinion, that's my opinion.
Right. So, but that's the right question, council members. This really, that's the answer that we need. Are we going to issue debt, and are we going to go to referendum? And if we are, and if it's going to happen in November, let's, call a spade, and we're going to focus on doing a workshop July, and it's going to be focused on a resilience bond where we are planning to go to referendum. We're going to get ballot language question. We're going to agree on projects. We have the project worksheets, the fact sheets, because I don't want to put staff or myself or the community or you in a position where we are speaking about something loosely, but every week that goes by, if we're serious about this, every week that goes by matters. And
we're going to have a meeting this week in which we describe, which we're discussing. That's why I called the meeting, so that we could discuss whether or not we want to move forward with the general obligation bond and put it out for referendum. That's the major subject for next week's meeting. I think at that point, we'll be able to give you guidance as to what this council wants to do. And so we'll decide then. And now if we're going to have another budget workshop, as well as a workshop on GOB issues and what items we want to include and how we want the ballot language to read, we'll do that then. Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor, you're still muted. There you go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, well, Councilmember London just touched upon the 2.315 million for the beach, the shoreline that's up for fiscal year 21. That is basically the fix that we've been trying to do over the last couple of years, correct?
Right.
All right, so to tie that into a large...
I wasn't referring to that. I was referring to the
the future stuff.
Beach thing, whether, assuming the Army Corps doesn't come forward, we have to have some offshore grind or something else.
Something larger.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I'm not talking about the smaller items that we can afford to take care of today out of our own pocket. I'm talking about the major items that we're going to have to borrow for.
Okay.
And if I could just remind the council, the elections department of the county has requested that any resolution to go to the voters needs to be approved and sent to them prior to July 31st. So that's our deadline. If it's just going to be a referendum question, then it's a resolution. If we have to do a charter amendment for the debt cap, it's going to be an ordinance. So we're going to have 2 readings. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind when we discuss next week.
I don't think, well, I know I'm not talking about a change in the debt cap at this point. I'm talking about a referendum.
In that case, it seems like we should have a referendum with ballot language before us for our discussion next week. And we can change it and we can vote on it and we can edit it together. But if we need to have it and we have a regular meeting scheduled, that strikes me as what would make sense.
Seems logical.
Well, if that's the case, then if the council can give some direction to, Councilmember McCormick, because she's been talking about this, or another council member to work with me to help put together that language, that would be appreciated.
Well, let's do that. Councilman, can we have a consensus that Councilmember McCormick should work together with the attorney to put together language that we can discuss at the next meeting? Is that fine?
Language for what?
Language for the ballot. I mean, it doesn't have to be.
But your ballot does not require, I heard you just say, you're not concerned about going above the debt cap.
No, it's not about, this isn't a charter revision. This is the GOB. That's correct. I'm not talking about a charter revision. I'm talking about in order to get the general obligation bond, we need to go to referendum and we need ballot language for that bond.
But if we don't have a charter change, then we're limited to what we can borrow. And what we can borrow would not be enough to take care of all our needs. So therefore, I think we should have both. We're an alternative. So if we don't pass one and we pass the other, then we can do the ones that, let's say, the 60 or 70 or $80 million deal. The other one might be $110 million. Is
that correct, Chad?
So I think
yes, we discussed this when we. Sorry.
Let me just hear from the manager. I mean, from the attorney, somebody.
I was just going to say that I think that Benjamin had presented that there is a number, whether it's 20 or $30 million, that the council can do without going to a referendum.
Right.
There is also a number that the council can, I guess, issue debt up to a certain amount to the debt cap, which I think, and Benjamin can correct me, I thought it was something in the $50, $60 million range. So there is a number that you guys can go out to the voters and without doing a charter amendment to ask if they want to do improvements of X.
But I see what Ed's saying is that if we wanted to do 100 plus, we do need that charter referendum language.
If you want to do 100 plus, I mean, you could go out for 150 million, and then if you didn't amend the debt cap, then you would always be capped by the debt cap, but you would have that GOB approved amount. So as things tailed off, as debt tailed off, you could add additional items. Debt. But so there's different ways to address it.
All right, so.
Well, and as we discussed at our strategic planning session, it's likely to be years before you get to where you're issuing debt up to the debt cap, that you could, if you got to where you wanted to exceed the debt cap at that point in time, you could go for a referendum to amend the debt cap.
Yeah, I did, because I recalled that we didn't have to because we weren't going to be necessarily.
I think you're right. And I think that's how we left it at the strategic planning. And I think that's why we set up the June 30th meeting, so that we could have this vote for the resolution for a bond question. But I think it doesn't make sense to continue this conversation without having on the agenda some language that we can absolutely edit and change or vote down.
Right.
But if it's not there, then we run out of time if we decide that's what we want.
Correct. I agree. So can we have consensus that Councilmember McCormick will go forward, will work with the attorney to get language together that we can discuss at the next meeting?
Language including possible going above the debt cap.
Fine. If you want, yeah, we can have that discussion as well.
Fine, yes.
Well, hold on.
Would be too.
If we're gonna go, if we want to amend the debt cap,
that would be
an ordinance. We can still bring a referendum question forward that has a number that's above the debt cap, but we'll be able to spend all that money. We can only spend up to the debt cap. So I just want to be clear. Ed,
no, I understand what Ed's asking for is that we could have two items, correct? We can have a resolution and then something that we may need an ordinance, which would require two meetings. I understand what you're saying between now and July 31st. Fortunately, we can meet remotely. So if I'm up in the mountains of Wyoming, I can attend a meeting.
Okay.
Allison, as you're looking at this, I would also like you to consider if we are looking to do a charter amendment, and that's sort of the recommendation and the language that goes forward, whether or not it would make sense to wait a year to do this, given everything that's been going on. When we started this conversation, we didn't have something called COVID. We didn't have people that were sitting home for 3 months. and we weren't all meeting virtually. And so I appreciate you bringing this forward. I like the idea, but I do want you to also try to talk with Chad and come forward with a recommendation in your mind of where you think we could be most successful and how we can present this to the community. You see this time crunch going on right now, and is it really that important? And will it be most successful if we push forth in the next 30 days to try to do all of that, given where we are on disseminating projects and so forth?
Well, and I would, my response to that would be 2020, you're going to have the largest turnout of voters in the village of Key Biscayne. And one of the goals to get as much participation on the decision as we can. And I think you're going to see the most you can. Ed, I see you. You can speak.
Basically, Katie, one of the reasons I'm pushing for it now is money is cheaper than it's ever going to be. Also, the amount of money in circulation right now for debt is probably greater than it's ever going to be. And what else is going to happen, in my humble opinion, is with the stimulus that's going on, with the various things we're using to prime the pump and the debt I'm talking about nationally, not to keep this. We're going to have an inflationary factor going forward, and we're also going to have increasing rates. And when you're doing long-term financing, the interest rate is one of the most critical components of your cost of doing business over a 20 or 30-year period. So that's why I'm pushing to get it done now, one. Number two is we should move forward, get the storm sewer system done as fast as possible, not delay it out over a period of years. And as far as the roads and all the other things which are necessary to make Casey Biscayne sustainable and resilient, all these great words we use, because we're all concerned about real estate values.
Right.
Having things done makes us look better to the world. So I'm for pushing it and getting it done. People want to buy our bonds cheap today, and let's do it. Not wait next year, which we have no idea what next year will bring economically.
Councilmember Segarola?
Well, since we've segued into this topic, I just want to go on the record and saying I am against taking out what in effect is a credit line. I think, once again, I'll repeat that we're putting the cart before the horse. We're asking the taxpayers and the residents to give us and future councils an open credit line without any projects attached to it. No shovel ready anything. Money that we say today will be used for one thing can be used for something else in the future. And as Councilmember Laredo has said in the past, if you give government money, they're going to find a way to spend it. I don't think that is the right way to do it. And in addition, with everything Katie just said, given the economy how it is now is definitely not the right time. So I'll just chime in my 2 cents and you guys can continue.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something? Is that okay? I echo Segarola's comment.
McCormick, and then Councilmember Laredo. Apologies.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond a little bit to Councilmember Segarola. I hear you. I've heard you say that. It's unfortunate that you weren't part of, and I hope that you watched our discussion when we talked about this at the strategic planning session. I thought it was a really good discussion, and there were some things that I thought were really important where we were actually able to identify percentages, and not enough to put it to voters yet, but to identify specific projects and put percentages to it. It's clearly something that needs to be more tightened up. I agree with you completely on that. But I also wanted to just add, I agree with Councilmember London and the fact that when you know you're going to have purchases in the relatively near future, you always want to make sure you're going to do it for the least amount of money. And there was one component that I thought I didn't hear him say, and Katie, this would go to your question about recommendation for timing. And in addition to interest rates, I think it's really important that we be mindful of our bond rating and the fact that our susceptibility to sea level rise is definitely something that will impact that, and that it has been some time since we were rated. And we want to make sure that whatever borrowing we do, if that's what our community wants to do, that we're getting the cheapest money possible. But Katie, to answer you, I will definitely look into all those things and come to talk about it next time.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yeah, well, I echo Petros and Segurola's reflections. I didn't expect us to have this conversation, but since we're having it. I've been around long enough, maybe not as long as Ed, and a lot of financial crises, two to be exact, the savings and loans, and then the 2008. I have zero respect for any projections on interest rates or anything else. And life has taught me that anytime that you're going to try to rush things through, you usually make a mistake. And I know from experience, federal and state government, that when you give government money without specific expenditure mandates, specific projects, it shall be spent. They will find a way to circumvent the language of the, it happened with the lottery. You guys, some of you are very young. The lottery got diverted into the general budget things in the state of Florida. But more important than that, what we have before you, to be strategic, you also have to have the ability to be tactical. We are in the middle of an unprecedented crisis. People are exhausted, mentally, emotionally, and financially. I am doing all I can, made some personal decisions recently, and we're heading into an election. Yes, Mayor, a lot of turnout, but there's a lot of divisiveness. I want my little island paradise to be calm, cool, and collected. Give them a break. Anything that you put in of this nature that is not urgent being for another fiscal year, it will, no matter what your savings, which you say you're going to get, does not compensate for the divisiveness that this will create in our community. I will campaign. Other people will campaign on one side. We are exhausted. This community is exhausted. We need to start a process of healing. That includes financial. It's the priorities that we have to set up is what do we need to do now that is consistent with strategic vision, but that can wait another 12 months. This, besides all the other arguments with finance, which I'm prepared to do on another day, is something that I want to share with you folks, to the people at least I've talked to. Don't put any more stuff. The presidential campaign is going to be very divisive. There are 3 seats on this council that are open for election. This is just going to add more devices, and we have an overriding duty to try to move forward responsibly and calmly. And any referendum at this time of this magnitude, it's to me an ill-advised practical and political decision. But we can discuss that another day.
We'll be discussing it next week.
Yeah, but you already know how I feel.
I think you've been fairly clear. I don't think you're not on the fence on this one. Councilmember London?
Well, I agree with you, Councilman Segurola. Government does tend to squander money. You probably all squander a lot of money when you approve this budget. And you also know that I'm probably the most fiscally responsible conservative person on this particular panel. Even though you say, well, why would I want to go raise bond money today and have it squandered by us? Well, you know what? I don't want to raise money and have it squandered by us. I don't want to raise money in gross and say X amount of million. I want to say so many million for storm source, so many million for roads, so many million, for offshore beaches, so many shore. And those are the numbers I want to put there specifically. And that's what I want to do. They don't have to be shovel ready the day we do it, but by the same token, we can allocate it. No reason to do it and then try and get money later if we can't raise the money. So as far as I'm concerned, these are items that should be done. These are items that we have to spend money on. I'm just like anybody else. I wish we didn't have to spend the money. But I'm saying the most inexpensive way to do it is, number one, not to delay it, because as time goes on, it gets more expensive. Inflation comes, everything goes up. By the same token, money is cheap today. So the idea is to get cheap money to do things at a lower price, then do it later at a higher price. As far as an election year and people are divisive and a COVID year, there's always going to be something. And you know what? This is a year that might make sense to people who really care about Key Biscayne, who want to protect Key Biscayne, who love Key Biscayne, who want to see Key Biscayne be well and be healthy and be dry, especially dry, in the years to come, might be voting for it. And if they don't, so be it. But give them the opportunity. That's all I'm saying.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, everything sounds very great listening to all this, but I think we're getting a little bit off topic, and I think we got to get back into the budget and start moving on.
What budget?
Councilmember Cigarelli, you had another.
Yeah, just one thing I wanted to add. I do believe we need to have shovel-ready projects because the issue is if we don't, residents don't know what they're voting for, and everything we or any other council says is just hot air. There's no commitment, and the money can be used for just about anything. So that's my problem with all this. But Brett is right. Please, let's get back on the budget.
Exactly. All right, next item.
Okay, so we'll talk more about the bond issue on the 30th. So back to the top, I'm going to turn it over to Benjamin to give a quick overview of our revenues, and then Pete's going to do council and clerk budget, and then we'll do manager's budget.
We've done council. We've already done the council budget.
Okay. So we'll do. So Ben will go, and then we'll start city council, and we'll just go in order from there.
Okay. Thank you, Ben.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council, Manager, Attorney, and the viewing public at home. Benjamin Nussbaum, CFO. If you open the packet, the revenue start on page 20 of 169, I've also shared the screen with you here so you can follow along. If you look at the actual budget, our revenues follow closely with the chart of accounts order. I wanted to sort them here from highest to low, so we spend the appropriate amount of time discussing the biggest issues. So if you look at this page, obviously ad valorem taxes, as we proposed in this budget at almost 25.5 million, around 3/4 of our budget. Since the council, there was a consensus to continue the open space land trust transfer. This actually bumps us up to about 25.7 million, or roughly 75% now of the budget. So to dive into it in terms of the millage rate and the property taxes, the current year proposed millage rate is still the lowest millage rate among the 35 municipalities in all of Miami County, once you include fire service. It's well below the statutory limit of 10 mills. If you turn to the next page, you'll see how we compare to those other municipalities. And you see that we are first among the 35. I looked at 2 and 3 on the list, Val Harbor and Aventura, and their assessed values are down 4.2 and 3.2% respectively. So I'm pretty confident Key Biscayne is going to remain the #1 lowest for the fiscal year 21. The next chart really shows the last 3 years, where I wouldn't call this a financial emergency, as was alluded to earlier, but it is a unique situation in that we've had over the last 3 years, 3 straight years of declining taxable value. We're the only municipality who've experienced that. So if we look from this 2020 tax roll back to 2016, we've actually decreased $461 million. We were at 8.65 billion in the 2017 tax roll, and that's down about 5.3% cumulatively over those 3 years. And lastly, the graph at the bottom shows our property demographics. So I found this pretty interesting. Only about less than 1/3 of our properties are homesteaded properties. And why that's important is because during rising property value years, the maximum assessment is limited to 3% or CPI, whichever is lower. So in rising tax years, the majority of our tax base on increases bigger than that amount. Right now, we're seeing the inverse of that being true. So about less than 1/3 is homesteaded, 2/3 is non-homesteaded, and only about 5% is commercial property. The other interesting fact is only about less than 0.5% as our assessed value was levied on new construction. Very low when you compare it to the rest of Dade County. I left some language in here about how the millage is set, including language regarding the rolled back rate. With the proposed budget that we set forth tonight, it looks like we're going to need a millage higher than the rolled back rate. So at the bottom of the page, show that it would require a 3.2781 millage rate to raise $25,492,800 in taxes. Since we're going to reinstitute the transfer to the land trust, we're going to have to raise ad valorem taxes of $25.7 million, and that would require millage of 3.310 to accomplish that. I'm going to quick overview on some of the other revenue sources. A lot of these are going to have offsetting expenditures when we get to the departmental budgets. So I will allude to those now, and then you'll see them again later on the expenditure side. So for utility taxes, we were pretty much staying flat. The unique thing we found was on a square footage basis, actually residential electricity use is higher than commercial. And why that's important was during COVID and the stay-at-home orders, we saw on the residential side, electricity usage was higher than on the commercial side as businesses were either shut down or at a reduced staffing level. In terms of service charges, where we budgeted for a 40%, we took a really conservative approach here. We budgeted for a 40% decrease in community center, course revenue, and facility rental membership. The offsetting expenditure is going to be in the Parks and Rec and Community Center budgets in terms of professional services. These are some of our, we pay revenue share to some of our service providers in the community center. The center's been closed for 4 months, and it's going to have a slow recovery phase as it reopens at the end of fiscal year 20 and into fiscal year 21. In terms, the next category is franchise fees. As you guys know, the village entered into the new agreement providing for the 6% village contract directly with Florida Power and Light. We expect that to bring in $600,000 more in revenue than we were previously budgeted. Councilmember McCormick brought up before, we're using this to help fill the gaps because of these reduced revenues this year. However, in future years, we anticipate as revenues rebound, this $600,000 will then become available to pledge to in debt service so we can borrow that $50 million that was proposed in the CIP budget. The next section is state shared revenue, and this was very vulnerable to the effects of COVID. This is all dependent based on a portion of state sales tax revenue, which with tourism being down and stay-at-home orders in place, there was a lot less consumer spending. So we'll be monitoring with the Florida Office of Economic and Demographic Research over the summer to see some of this consumer spending data come in so we can fine-tune and hone in on a good projection for fiscal year 21. Right now, we've left it conservative based on what we're finally seeing now. We receive these revenues on a 3-month lag, so we're just now starting to see the effects of March, April time during COVID. The next category is licenses and permits. The big driver here is the building permits. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the revenue of the building permits and the fund balance. What happened was we've exhausted our fund balance in March. In 2016, we had a $2.3 million in fund balance. We consequently lowered our building permit fee rate structure. And March, because of the stay-at-home orders, it was completely exhausted. So right now we're running in the red in terms of our building permit revenue, and Jake will, in his departmental budget for building, allude to some of the building permit quantity and other factors that's affecting this decision. We are looking at researching and finding out a rate structure review or coming in and auditing to make sure we're charging the right rates going forward to at least let this building fund operate at a net neutral. Next section is communication services taxes. Not much of a difference compared to fiscal year 21. We don't expect any big impact. Next section is on the premium tax distributions, and these have an offsetting expenditure when we get to the fire and police budgets and retirement contributions line items. So these are state revenue shares that show up as a revenue, and there's an offsetting expenditure. The Chapter 175 premium tax distributions are gross premium taxes on 1.85% of property insurance policies within the village. And for the police, the Chapter 185 are on 0.85% of all casualty insurance premiums. The fines and forfeitures category has a decrease, and this goes into the accounting for red light camera revenue. In reality, for each red light camera citation, there's a $158 penalty. That $158 penalty, $83 goes deposited to the Florida Department of Revenue. The other $75 goes right back to our red light camera vendor. So it's revenue neutral, and we're not showing it in terms of this budget as a revenue. In the police budget, they are not showing it as an expense. In reality, when we receive this money, it's immediately a liability. Anything we collect gets dispersed to either the state or the vendor, leaving us with nothing. And finally, quickly, I want to talk about interest income. We're expecting decreases in interest income. As you know, the Fed decreased rates in March, close to zero. So we're going to have we were able to increase interest income during fiscal year 20 by renegotiating some of our bank interest rates with our current bank providers and consolidating bank accounts. However, it's going to be a bleak year in 21. On the flip side, when it comes to borrowing, we should be able to take advantage of some of those lowered interest rates that Councilmember London just alluded to. So on the revenue side, it'll be low, but when we borrow for stormwater and a possible geo bond, we should be able to take advantage of the lower rates available. So that's a summary for village revenues. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to take them.
Why do you list the 175, 185 separate from reducing the pension contribution or as revenue to the fire department and police department?
So the village uses those revenues to offset the employer contribution required, the percentage required per covered salary.
Why do you, I don't understand why you listed there, that was all. Because it's specifically for those particular departments, it can't be used for anything else.
Correct, we showed it as a revenue and the exact same amount as an expenditure within the police and fire budget line items.
Okay.
I have a question. Oh.
I just had a really quick one. I just want to clarify the red light cameras. You're not saying that we're getting rid of it. It's just revenue neutral.
That's correct. Just the accounting treatment. As soon as we receive those citations, it's a liability, which we paid out within the month.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Councilmember Laredo, you had a comment?
Yes, I wanted to, first of all, congratulate you and thank you for this very good report and summary. It's actually surprisingly clear in plain English, which is unusual for somebody in finance. So it's unencumbered by all the other brilliant ideas of where inflation is going to be and how we are in interest rates, and nobody ever gets it right. But the most important thing, I think, that you highlighted, which I've tried to do this year and last year, and I did this again at the beginning of this meeting, that this is a very bad year, but this is the third year in a row. There is a third year of declining property values, and I want to get into it. And as you said, the largest of any municipality in Dade County, and we have been kind of oblivious to it. There's sort of a disconnect between that stress and our budget that keeps going up on the expense side. It keeps growing, and they give you sophisticated answers for it, but it's disconnect. This highlights, from somebody as an expert review, what I've been trying to say, that we need to get real about our reality, notwithstanding the enormous tragedy we have today. But it's now 3 years in a row. So I thank you for bringing that up. And the last thing is, the one time we talked about consolidating banks. I know that we're talking about a zero interest rate situation on the deposits, but what bank do we have, and are we consolidated instead of having all over the place? And what kind of consideration do you have for our account?
Question. So when I came on board about a year ago, we had roughly 6 or 7 different bank accounts. As it currently stands, we're down to 2. Obviously, we have different accounts because we have to segregate the different funds and have an account for each one. The benefits of obviously consolidating is we were able to negotiate better rates by, economies of scale. We have more money with each bank. We make us more an attractive customer. The other benefit is ease in account reconciliations. The less accounts we have, the less reconciliations required, so that we're aware of every dollar that comes in and out of the village. So that's where we stand today in our accounts.
So we're gone from 6 banks or bank accounts to 2. And in terms of institutions, is it 2 institutions or 1 institution, 1 banking institution?
2 different institutions.
Can you tell us, or is...
We're with SunTrust, and the State Board of Administration has a trust fund for municipalities that earns a better interest rate than the bank accounts.
Who's got the reverb there? There's an echo somewhere.
This issue came up before, and I was a little moot because of the zero cost of money. But there was some problem beyond that also with SunTrust, and you have addressed them over the last 12 months.
Correct.
So service.
So what drives our cash management is the 3: safety, liquidity, and yield. Yield being the very last requirement. So we're only looking for very safe, plain vanilla investments. It's not an exotic investment portfolio here. So we feel confident. SunTrust is one of the biggest bank accounts for different municipalities across Miami-Dade County. So we're confident in our banking services with them.
Well, what was the three? One of them was service?
Safety, liquidity, and lastly is
Well,
yield.
the one that I brought up a year ago was called service. I've been a bank board for 25 years. At that time, I know that we had on service, independent of the other three. Have those issues been service related to the quantity of our bank, of our bank accounts? And suffice it to say that that bank and the other one and the regional bank are about to merge. But the service has improved.
We're comfortable with the level of service that we receive from the bank. If there was an issue, we would address it or possibly go out to RFP to change banking service providers, but we don't see that necessary right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Oh, Councilmember Petros?
Yes, Benjamin, you spoke about the 3 years consecutive of a decline in property values. Prior to that, did you go back farther? Because my gut is that our community had very high increases for many years, and they probably outpaced the rest of the county. And I don't know if you spent any time looking into that and if you could report on that.
They did. So I don't have all the numbers consolidated compared to the rest of the county, but just in talking about from 2011, a 1.7, in 2012, 4.6, 2014, 9%, 2015, 15%, 2016, 8%. So you had very significant increases. What I found surprising and going back in the history was I noticed there wasn't a lot of movement in the millage. One would expect as the assessed values go up, especially such significant increases, that you would reduce pressure off the millage and bring it down. I didn't see that to be the case here in the village, which I found surprising. Obviously now the inverse is true. We're going down with a small decrease, and we're doing a small incremental increase proposed in the millage rate. So that I did find interesting.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
on that, we were at 3.66, I believe, in about 2004. We went down to 3.4, then we went to 3.21, I think, and then we went to 3. Is that right? That was our history?
That was probably before the period that he's talking about.
Well, right, but he said the history of the village. That's why I wanted to expand upon it.
So I looked at those significant increases. You were in the tax year, budget year 2008, you were at 3.2 mils. And if we take that all the way until budget year 2018, you'd only decreased it to 3 mils. So only
correct
0.2 decrease over nearly a 10-year period when you had a cumulative nearly 47% increase in assessed value. So.
But you also had decreases in 09 and 10 of 9.05 and then 7.46, I think, was the subsequent year. So you did have 2 down years that you have to take into account there, right?
Correct, but the up years more than made up for those 2.
Right. No, I understand, but I think that may have weighed into the decision not to drop the millage at those times.
We didn't drop the millage rate because council always said we want to have a cushion. Every time I dropped the millage rate, only passed 1 year, and even then it was only a minor drop. Even though we had surpluses year after year, and we just had inflated budgets all the time, and patted ourselves on the back, and hey, we didn't spend all the money, isn't that great? And then we built up a reserve, and that's what happened over the last 6 years.
Last question, Benjamin. When we were talking about the bond, and I don't want to go into this, but in great detail, I think you told us that the bond interest rate gets set when we actually take the money out to use it for a specific project. Is that correct?
No.
Yep. No. Only when you draw on the money, you do they start charging interest?
When is the interest rate set? Is it set when we make that decision as a vote, or does the interest rate fluctuate and it only comes into effect when we take the money out to use it?
On the drawdown.
On the drawdown.
Excuse me. Depends on the type of bond issue you have and what the period for the drawdown is. It can be a set rate when whoever is going to buy the bonds and has a drawdown date, and then the rate is set then as long as you take the money within a period of time. Or it can be a fixed thing, Katie, where basically it's fixed that day and makes no difference when you draw it down. And therefore you draw it down and reinvest it to have a neutral arbitrage since you're not permitted to make money on the arbitrage from the bond.
Yeah, well, that was an excellent question and an excellent answer. And who does, in fact, gets their fee at the issuing of the bond?
What'd you say? I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Well, I was talking to Rich Benjamin. The one thing we know for sure is that there's one person or groups that get their money at the issuing of the bank, of the bonds, before the withdrawals. Those are the investment bankers and the lawyers, correct?
Yes.
Is that a yes? You're nodding of the head?
Financial advisor, our bond counsel, correct.
Right. They get their money on day one.
Correct.
Correct. Very interesting. I'm glad you're clarifying for a lot of people how that really works. And we're still exposed to the so-called inflation that is coming up until we decide to do the drawdown. So the argument that we have low interest rates today is kind of not very a good one. That's
We're talking about revenues right now. Let's keep the subject on the revenues, and then we can move to the next subject if nobody else has any questions or concerns. Okay, let's move on.
All right, Madam Manager, you want me to go, or would you like to do your section first?
So we can go in order of the agenda. So next up, given that we already did council manager's budget, Tom Fosler.
Hold on, Andrea, one quick question.
Sure.
How are we, when you bring forth the community groups in the council budget, can you just make sure that we reconcile and get the right numbers? Because the numbers that are on this are not accurate.
Correct, and yes.
Asks.
Yes,
Okay.
and we'll split
right,
them
that's
into
it.
3 separate sections.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pete, can you unmute Tom, please?
Yes. Sorry about that, Tom.
No worries. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Thomas Fosler. I'm the Chief of Staff here, and I'm happy to present to you the proposed budget for the Manager's Office in fiscal year 2021. So I'm going to start off with a couple of our objectives next year. I'm going to try to be brief. I know we have a lot to get through and it's getting a little late. So next year, we plan on taking a lot of time and using the talent that we've invested in this year to kind of take stock of where we are in terms of resiliency. We're looking into our resiliency master plan. Many of you already know that we hired Dr. Roland Samimi, who is our Chief Resiliency and Sustainability Officer. Next year, we plan on letting him kind of get up to speed, take stock of where we are, look back at our past plans, look at where we are in terms of our projects, to come up with our action items moving forward to protect our shoreline, manage our stormwater, and accommodate for the flood events that we're having at a more frequent basis, improving our roadways, and of course, undergrounding our utilities. He's also going to be looking at reducing our footprint in terms of our energy and water consumption, and he'll be coming forth with plenty of improvements, I hope. We also are looking at increasing our financial transparency next year. We still have the implementation of the financial management software, which we expect to wrap up around sometime around Q2. We also have a planned upgrade to that system, a transparency module, which we'll probably tackle around Q4 of next year, and that's included in the budget proposal. We're obviously going to continue to improve our internal processes and controls. That's through things like procurement, which we've spoken about at the strategic planning retreat, and our finances. Right? So the last thing I have to highlight is our communications program, which many of you have already started to see the fruits of, this budget document being one of them. So we plan on enhancing our village's communications through tools like the website, social media, better marketing and advertising, as well as reigniting our brand and branding most of our communications so that we have one cohesive look and feel. So on to the actual budget here. I'm going to highlight our major drivers, right? So you've got a few things going on here. In terms of personnel, you have one chief resiliency officer position. And so when I discuss personnel, if you look at the professional services line, you're going to see a lot of movement from that line up into salaries and wages. So with the chief resiliency officer, you've seen him move up to the personnel side, and his salary is allocated 25% across the general fund, stormwater, solid waste, and transportation, since he'll be doing work in all of those funds. The next thing you'll see is we have a full-time communications officer being proposed, and that's integral to us being able to enhance our communication program right now. We have Miss Gabby Rodriguez with us, but she is on a part-time basis, and we've been blessed to have her full-time for COVID related communication. However, during our normal operations, she is only with us part-time. So this budget proposes having her at a full-time rate.
By the way, on that point, the full-time that she's doing now is overtime.
When it goes above, Benjamin, help me out real quick. When it goes above 40, that's when it becomes overtime. Yeah. So it's not overtime, so to speak. We pay her up to 40, and then after that, it becomes overtime. But it is.
Yeah, the short answer is she's being paid overtime.
Is she being paid overtime?
No, she's regular pay up to 40 hours, the same as any other hourly employee. You only make overtime after the 40 hours.
Is she making overtime?
There are definitely weeks that she puts in more than 40 hours.
That was the question.
Yes, the answer, Mayor, is yes. I've been looking at the numbers.
No, I got it.
I mean, you know, we're doing overtime. You and I are doing overtime, and you're taking time for your family, from your law practice. You know, we got to change the paradigms. If not, we're not going to get anywhere.
So under this proposal, she wouldn't be eligible.
Right, she would be salaried. So, so the last personnel thing I wanted to go over is there is a swap going on. So the manager's office would lose a receptionist role, but then we have taken a permit clerk that wanted some professional development and given her a growth opportunity in our office. So she would serve as a procurement specialist, which should help get some of these big procurements out faster and at a better value. So that's the last in terms of personnel. On professional services, there's a few other things aside from just the personnel that was called out that moves up above the line there. You also have the fall off of some one-time implementation costs. So that was for things like the financial management software. So the implementation cost has already been appropriated, and we're not going to need that next year. So that comes off next year. And then the last thing you've got, excuse me one second here. Oh, and the last thing is that we'll have completed the classification and compensation study. So that comes off as well.
Okay. Are you done, Tom? I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I only have one other thing to really call out, and that's the promotional activities line. And that's, again, mostly movement you see there. That's coming off of the contingencies and moving. You have some basically like community sponsorships that were under the contingency line. So we've moved that to where it should be, really, is promotional activities. And then there's a 15,500 contingency, which I want to call out because it's new. And that would be for things like the elevator repairs that came up. I mean, 15 is modest. It's not quite to the level of like the elevator repair, but for things that come up that are unplanned, we would have that there. And I can take any questions you might have.
Well, sure. I guess, you know, I have some comments. Last year, I made a specific request to this to have the prior year's base salaries compared to this current year's, and we didn't get that this year. We only got fiscal year 21 base salaries. So I noted, in a time again where we're trying to reduce salaries, we brought in. I understand the person was swapped out from permit clerk over to procurement specialist. I understand you've been made. You're no longer the procurement and sustainability director and assistant of the voice. You're now the chief of staff. So I'd like the manager to speak to that. The rationale behind bringing somebody in for another 56,000 on top of the 106 for the procurement. I do want to talk, 87,000 for the community engagement and communications officer. To me, that seems excessive. I'll have a philosophical I have some philosophical questions about what exactly is going on with communications over the past 3 months. But that's mine. I also wanted to speak to, we have KPIs here on page 4 of the report. And, it's been 3 years, I guess, or this is the second year in which there's KPIs for the manager. And I'll talk to the other, and they're all still to be determined. And I'm a little curious about that because, one of the things that my understanding was when the manager came in, one of the things that was going to be, we needed, I think a couple of people have spoken to this, but having data points that we can do measurements by, that we can understand how things are being performed in this village. And what I'm seeing here is there's lists, but there's none of those things have been determined, meaning, the amount of grant applications that's to be determined. And I guess my question is, when is that going to be determined? Can we expect to see that I'm sorry, I'm not done. Can we expect to see that by August? Can we expect to see that by September? But when can we see that?
Yes, so I know that we're actually, could you mute? Sorry.
This was directed, I'm sorry, Tom, this is directed to the manager.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. So with regard to the first question on the communications role, so historically the village had engaged a handful of different consultants to provide these services. When you look over the last 5 years, the average cost of this function was about 140,000. So by doing this, we've really institutionalized and centralized the knowledge, and with this move, we would be no longer reliant on third-party consultants. This would be in-house talent who will know us, who will be with us, and who also will be able to administer our crisis communications as well as our website, as well as a social media platform, which we have launched. Previously, we didn't have. So it's managing and administering all of those functions for, less than 2/3 of the cost at a higher quality. With regard to the performance measures, so some of the data points we've called out as data points that we're going to be able to track once we have the new financial system in place. The reporting capabilities on some of these metrics are not available yet. But we wanted to let you guys know what we were targeting to report. And then some of these data points by April, we will. So for example, the entire time there's, a couple line items on time and attendance modules. So now that we've gone live with the first phase, we'll be able to start getting some of the data. Previously, employees that were hourly and supposed to be compensated on an hourly basis had not been clocking in or clocking out. So that internal control was lacking. So now with this time and attendance module, we'll be able to track specifically the hours performed, which will give us a better handle on managing shifts and managing schedules and allocating resources to make sure that we're efficiently using that time. In addition, the employee engagement, which is the next section that doesn't have data, those are new metrics with new funding. So in this budget, we're proposing, it was important to me, the staff, as many council members have mentioned throughout the evening, it's been tough on the staff. We've gone through, we went through Ultra, we went through Dorian, we went through COVID, we've gone through, an election, we've had, turnover with staff. It's been very difficult on the workforce for several reasons. And it is important to me that this is a safe, healthy, happy place to work. And so one of the recommendations that we have in this proposed budget is to ensure that the employees are satisfied. So these are metrics that support the proposed objectives that we're bringing bringing forward through the Human Resources Division, and these would be the metrics that are objective and measurable.
When is really what I'm asking for. I understand. I see them all, but I'm curious, when are we going to have those?
Juan, when will you be able to start reporting on the employee engagement and the time and attendance? Juan, are you able to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I've identified a resource to be able to submit surveys to the staff that allows us to gather the feedback and analyze the feedback and determine the areas that we need to improve upon. That's fairly, I mean, as soon as we engage with the resource, we could go ahead and get started with the surveys. And as soon as we get started with the surveys, we could start gathering the data.
What about the customer service?
Is that question for me, Mayor Davies?
The question's to the manager. I'm not sure who she wants to answer it.
Yeah, so Juan was doing the employee engagement. The next section is the improved procurement practices. So due to COVID, we were able to expedite the implementation of our virtual procurement system. So we have that data. By the August meeting, we'll be able to extract it from the system and report on that. And then with regard to the customer service training and the IT strategies, those are both systems that we're proposing to implement now. So those are metrics, if adopted and approved, that we'll be able to report on.
I'm sorry, I just missed that. That you'll be able to report when?
If this budget is adopted and we are able to move forward with the customer service training and some of the IT things that we're trying to do, we can start reporting on those as soon as the budget is adopted and these are implemented. With the exception of help desk tickets, which we actually have now. So for August, we should be able to report that because we're capturing that now.
Okay. So you're telling me, like, give me a time, give me a drop dead date where you say all these items will be fulfilled and we'll know. Like, you know, I looked through parks and recreation and fire, and they have KPIs, and I can understand, you know, trying to meet whatever goal they're trying to meet. We don't have those here. That's my concern. We have no clear data points to strive for. So when do you think we'll be able to have those data points in total?
Mayor, I need to get back to you on that.
I'm sorry?
I need to get back to you on that.
Okay. Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember London, and then Councilmember McCormick, and then Councilmember Petros.
Thank you. I have two things, and I'll ask both of them at the same time. I never understand how we have a 13% increase in salary and wages, and then why all the payroll taxes, retirement contributions are at, 30, 38%. I would always think they would move, kind of within the same percentage of each other. That's my first thing. The second thing is, I still don't understand exactly what the comptroller does. We're spending $119,000. We also have an accounting clerk and payroll clerk as one position, and we have a finance director. And I think they're doing a great job. What is the purpose of a comptroller? Because I know that was a new position that brought in based on the IRS. And I wanted to see if there's a way that, maybe the finance director and accounting clerk could possibly do that position.
So I'm going to say that would not be my recommendation, but I'll let Benjamin speak to that.
So actually, both these questions fall in my wheelhouse. I'll address the first one. Why salaries? There's a 13% increase, but you don't see the same movement in terms of all the benefits. The reason being was the allocation of the chief resiliency officer. We put him 25% in the manager budget and 25% in some of those other funds. What we did for this preliminary budget was we took 25% of his salary plus all the benefits. So we're talking FICA, retirement contributions, workers' comp, et cetera. And we put it all as a reduction in just the salaries line item. Over the summer, we're going to fine tune this, and you'll see it allocated by exactly each benefit reduction. So you see these things move in tandem as you're expecting. So I agree with you. It looks a little strange to see them moving differently. They will be in step as we have more time over the summer to lock in on these on the budget. To answer your second question, in terms of the comptroller, the main job function is he's the day-to-day accountant. He's recording all debits, credit transactions on a day-to-day basis, performing bank reconciliations, and monitoring our village cash accounts. The accounts payable and payroll clerk has our hands full with providing payroll for the 130 and you get up to 200 when we include some of the part-time staff as well for payroll processing, as well as we currently stand in our current financial software. It's very tedious and paper heavy in terms of accounts payable. As we move into our new financial software and a lot of this workflow and processing is moved online, that's something we could explore, a reallocation of resources depending on the work needed. But as it stands right now, I wouldn't recommend shifting that person any other responsibility.
So my question would be is it required that they are well, first of all, is our comptroller a licensed accountant?
He's an accountant with many years of experience, but not a CPA.
He's not a CPA. Okay, so it could be any bookkeeper that could be a comptroller? I mean,
With
you're
experience,
basically a bookkeeper, right?
Well, with experience in municipal accounting, there's very specific rules related to government accounting that a traditional bookkeeper who runs QuickBooks for a company would not understand some of the specific rules and regulations, restricted fund balances that apply only to municipal government.
So my question is, if we brought an accounting clerk from another city, would they be able to do the exact same thing that the comptroller is doing right now?
It depends on the qualifications of the person. Possible, yes, but we'd have to obviously vet them and make sure they had the same level of experience and qualifications.
Okay, thank you.
I would also add to that, if you look up in our report, the value of having a CF, can you mute yourself? Of having the structure that we've established has more than paid for itself, and we'll quantify all of this, but ensuring that we're billing all of our equivalent residential units correctly, increasing the solid waste collections, saving over $30,000 by holding vendors accountable, increasing interest income by $150,000, increasing state revenue share for chapter monies by $100,000, and renegotiating merchant processing fees, saving $22,000 annually. So when you look at and we didn't spend any time today on accomplishments, and I'm not doing that because we did a lot of that at the retreat, but it's important that we recognize the structure that we have in place is working and continues to work and will continue to work better and better as we progress.
One of my questions is the accounting clerk that we have right now, are they qualified to be the comptroller?
Yes.
If they were not doing the payroll?
The comptroller is not doing payroll. The accounting
Okay, but our accounting clerk today could be the comptroller, right? They know enough to do it.
I don't, listen, she's a lovely person, but I don't believe she's able to do that
What
work.
they're
We
doing.
could train her. She's not doing it now. She's just processing payroll and accounts payable. But professional development is important, and we can talk to her about her growth potential and what she's capable of doing. And I have seen in other organizations, that's the next progression. If she were to, if the comptroller were to retire, that would be the first person we would look at to see if she would be able to handle those job duties.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so any other questions?
Sorry, Councilmember Petros, were you waving your hand?
I was waving my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember London was first. I apologize. I forget him when I can, but he's got to go.
Thanks you, Michael. Basically, the controller, you were told me, Andrea, the reason he was highly paid was number one, I think he retired from somewhere else. Number two was a temporary position because we needed somebody, and he was only going to be here for a short period of time, because I thought that the range for controller of this particular job was in the $60,000 to $80,000 category. That was number one. Number two, the communications director. I know Katie did not want that in the requirements or consideration or anything else for the clerk. In spite of Katie's wishes, I also asked the three finalists how they would like to be the communications director as well as the clerk, since in my opinion, over the last 6 years, observing the clerk, they certainly have the time to be the communications director. All three finalists said they'd love to be the communications director. All three said they would be qualified. So it's my opinion that we should consider that when we're selecting the clerk and not consider having a separate person for communications and save ourselves 80 plus 30% or more of benefits, which means it's going to cost us over $100,000. And finally, the thing that really concerned me, and you say, isn't it great now? Look how much money we're collecting in waste. What happened before? In other words, if people didn't pay for the waste, we kept picking up the waste. We didn't do anything about it. I mean, and we didn't try and collect. So the fact that we're now collecting a higher percentage, I think you're up to 70% or better. What's happened to the other 30%? If you're running a business, you had to pay people out of your own money and people weren't paying you, you do something about it. This is absolutely ridiculous that we're not collecting close to 100% of waste. I don't understand that at all.
So I'll go bottom up with regard to solid waste collections. Given the village's history over many, many, many years of not processing liens or moving in a more aggressive collections route, and perhaps having bad data with regard to the addresses and billing invoices, a lot of folks didn't know who they were getting. But since we've been here, that was one of the exercises that we've done, is make sure that we got that information correct and that we are billing people. We did have we had a due date of June 30th, or we were going to extend, the due date to June 30th. Many people who had past due balances had requested some sort of amnesty because of COVID to pay those bills. So one of the things that we're looking at now is perhaps giving folks a little more time to come to true up on those solid waste bills. With regard to 100% collection, the way you get there, pursuant to our ordinance, and if the council doesn't like this, we can change the ordinance, but the next step would be placing liens. I've spoken with some members individually over time about solid waste and what we've been doing, and I've started to make folks, and now I'm making everyone aware that our code does call for placing liens for solid waste. So that was actually something that was going to come up at we have the ordinance for the solid waste bin placement at the next meeting. So I was planning on bringing this issue up there to make sure that the council was aware that the code requires liens, and to get to the 100%, we agree, we want to be there. We've improved from probably 52% to now 75% in the short 2-year period I've been here, and we will continue to get better. And the final step would be the lien, if it's the will of the council to treat our residents that way. And I think there's some mixed feelings on that, so we should probably discuss that a bit more.
What's our late charge if people don't pay?
So there's interest, there are penalties. Do you know?
Yeah, so there's a late fee of 5% of the balance due. It's a $645 invoice, and there's also interest accruing at 0.5% per month.
That's pretty high.
If the bill is outstanding. So because it was so high, we discovered that the billing of interest and penalties hadn't been done cumulatively over many years. That's why in February of this year, we billed an additional like $700,000 of just interest and penalties. In order to collect the bill, the debt has to exist, and it didn't exist in our system. So ultimately, if we do collect or lien, we at least have billed that amount.
When you keep saying ultimately, if you have a lien and your lien takes priority over everything else except property taxes, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to collect. And if we increase as council, knowing that now we're charging 6% a year for late charges plus 5%, why don't we increase the interest to 1.5% per month and make sure people pay us? They pay other bills, they pay the charge cards, they pay the property tax. Why shouldn't they pay for the trash? It's crazy.
We agree. If the council, if we're ready to be more aggressive with the collections by placing the liens, that is the next step.
Well, what's been holding you up?
Doing that.
Well, I have a question before I would okay with doing that.
I think Councilmember Petros, then.
And Laredo, I wanted to speak to you.
Right, okay, Councilmember Petros, McCormick, Laredo.
He can go in front of me if he was there.
First question, what does KPI stand for, Mike?
Key Performance Indicators.
Okay. Second question, Andrea, when do we expect to have our new website?
So the new website, we have an update in the June 30th report, probably about 4 to 6 months.
Okay.
Hold on, Councilmember London's questions. Didn't you had solid waste? What were your other two questions?
Andrea was answering when you recognized somebody else, Mikey.
I apologize. That was my bad. That's what I'm recognizing. My recognition was in error.
All right. So Andrea has the floor.
You're doing a good job, Mike. Don't worry.
Trying. It's herding cats in this place.
All right. So consensus of council, solid waste, we will be pursuing liens.
Well, we'll talk about that later,
Okay,
but let's get back to his questions.
Okay, so that's
Answer
solid
questions.
waste. So that's how you, right now, we have more than doubled our collection rate and we are on
Understand.
track. And we
Spoken to that
will,
question. You had two other questions. The question on communications, and what was the other one? Oh, comptroller. So if you could take these questions.
so with regard to the 60 to 80,000 salary range, I'm not sure, Councilmember London, where that came from. It's not a number I'm aware of, so I can't really speak to the 60 to 80 salary range. With regard to where the comptroller is in his career, yes, he's had many years of experience under his belt. You know, as have many of our long-term employees, although he hasn't been with us the whole time. So the question though specifically was, I guess, that salary range and why.
No, the question was temporary. You told me he was temporary. You brought him in there. It was high price, but you needed somebody, but it was temporary.
Okay, I'll talk with you about that offline.
Okay.
No, I'd like to hear the answer to that question, actually. What do you mean?
Well, there are ADA protected classes and these are employees and their livelihoods, and I'd rather not get into the personal issues of our employees. If the will of the council is to have a less, you know, is for us to revisit the structure of the finance department because you're not satisfied with the outcomes, I can do that and come back with recommendations. But I'd rather not speak about individual employees.
That's okay with me.
Well, we're not talking, I'm not talking about employees themselves. I'm talking about the position. You stated to Councilmember London and I'm just saying what he's stating here, that it was a temporary position. I'm not talking about the employee. The employee is a different thing. We're talking about a position within an organization.
And the answer revolves, sir, around the fact that where he is in his career and what next steps are coming.
Okay, we'll discuss this some other time.
Yeah, maybe we have to have an executive on that. I don't know if there's some sort of litigation.
I don't think there's no executive session. I mean, I'm responsible for personnel. If you are looking for certain deliverables, let me know what deliverables you're looking for. But to ask me to
you said that the position was temporary, and I guess that's the clarification we're seeking. Was it supposed to be temporary or not? I think that's
no. The controller position was not temporary. He's like the head bookkeeper. He was temporary because the salary was high when I questioned Andrea when we discussed it sometime.
Okay, all right. Well, then yes, then it is getting into an employee situation. Okay, let's step back.
Okay, so I appreciate that acknowledgement to both the mayor and Councilmember London. And then finally, with regard to the communications role, I think we need to recognize that communications is an art and a science. And if the applicants for the clerk are able to take on the role, if they are qualified to do so, I'd be interested to see what qualifications and experience they have to perform that function. I think we all recognize that the communications throughout COVID have been exceptional. We have received feedback from residents as well as from council members. And when we get your feedback, we incorporate the feedback. We've gone to more infographics. We've stayed short and sweet and precise. We've launched new media channels. We're monitoring the FAQs. People are informed. Our viewership has increased. Our reach has increased. The number of people who are opening and actually reading our communications not only has more than doubled, but people are actually eager to get the information on a day-to-day basis. So I firmly stand behind the recommendation. I think I don't want to speak about individual salaries. I think that's something that I need to be held accountable to on the level of delivering the outcome. And I would say that our delivery on the outcome has been exceptional. And we have also worked well with the clerk's office to both with Conchita and with Pete and whomever the next clerk is. It is a team effort. And I think it is important that we leverage the department heads, which we've also been doing and setting them up with their Instagram accounts and their own social media accounts. And have the website revamped. These are all elements of this program that are essential to, I think, improving our community engagement. And I stand behind this recommendation. And if there are any questions specifically about what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're doing it, I would happily answer.
Can I talk now, Mike?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Can I finish?
Yeah, hold on, Ed, are you done? Was that satisfaction?
That's it, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Petros, then Councilmember McCormick, then Councilmember Laredo.
Okay, Andrea, one of the things that I would like to request for the next budget workshop is that we have one of the things that's hard for me is salaries that get split across departments. And I don't want to see people's names, but I would like to just have a list of the positions within the village and what the salaries are for those positions, so that we can see it and then the residents can see it. And I would like, I don't care if you break it down or not, but that should include whatever overtime each one of these positions is getting, so that we just know.
Sure. So in my opening remarks, that was one of the things that we noticed, that the summary statement of all positions didn't make it into the agenda. So you should have received by email an Exhibit A that calls out the positions by department, that identifies any cost sharing, what it is, what the percent split is. The one thing that we do need to add to Mayor Davies' request was to compare fiscal 20 to 21. We just have the 21 number. So we'll add that column in, and we'll have that ready for the next, we'll resend it out.
I want it unspooled though. I don't want it across departments. I want it by position. This is the salary. This is what the village is encumbered for these individual titles, I guess.
Sure.
I don't want to see people's names either, because that's not the intent.
Right.
Well, and I think if I could just, Katie, in addition to that, if you could do the same thing with all shared costs that are shared across departments, and also if you could call out on this separate page where they came from, so that we understand movement within this budget. So if it used to only sit in the manager's budget before, and now it's divided among police, fire, public works, it'd be nice to be able to see a little note on the side about where it came from, what it was last year, what it is this year, and how it's divided up.
And I recognize, Andrea, I recognize this was happening before. Also, this is not atypical that things are spread across departments, but for us to fully understand it right now, given the climate we're in, I think that's really helpful for us.
Sure. Sure, okay. I can do both that request and to Councilmember McCormick's request, on the last page of the financial policies, we call out the assumptions for the budget workshop, and all we need to do is just put we could just update that to show what the total cost was and then how things were allocated. So no problem there either.
One more thing, could you add, to make it more meaningful, when you have someone's salary, add the burden for the overhead, pension, the FICA, the workman's comp, the vacation. So if somebody's paying $1 and it's costing us $1.40, we know it's $1.40, not $1, or it's $1.35. Whatever the overhead burden is, in addition to the salary, should be listed as the cost, because else we forget ourselves.
We have a very good and personnel worksheet that has all of that information, so we can give you a big data dump and we can summarize it for you.
She divides it, so she should see it at that point in time, not to divide it. So in other words, someone's paying 100,000, 135,000, 140,000.
Yeah, we have it, no problem.
Okay, the next question I had maybe for Benjamin, which is, do we use a third-party payer for payroll in addition to the person that processes it?
Yes.
Like ADP?
We do. We actually use ADP, yes.
Okay, and is it in your opinion, how many people do you need within your department to manage our village effectively?
The minimum we have now, which is the 3 people in the finance department.
You need 3 people, okay. And then lastly, I just wanted to talk about the communication director. And Ed, you actually had it wrong, because I wanted to keep communication with the clerk. I wasn't one of the ones trying to push it out.
I apologize.
Which is fine. However, I will tell you that I have seen a marked difference in the communication that's coming out of our village. It's been a work in process, and I know that some of our infrastructure is antiquated, so it makes communication difficult right now. Case point, our website. And I'm a little more open to the idea of, and the importance of, having someone owning communication as opposed to it being a secondary function of your job, which it will always be with our clerk. So I don't want to spend extra money, but this is also a position that could help us sort of market Key Biscayne, which is one of the things that Ignacio brought up not that long ago, and try to get people into our village that may not be aware that it even exists. So those are my thoughts on that, and I'll turn it over to somebody else.
Councilmember McCormick, you're up next.
So I'm in agreement with the mayor. I think that the communication salary is a little high for my liking, especially given that I don't believe that in real crisis, one person can handle it in-house or outside. And the perfect example is we've had this same person full-time for COVID, and we've taken on additional help for communications. So I'm all for cost savings, bringing someone in-house, but I just don't buy that we're going to save so much money because we're never going to need another person when we need another person right now during a crisis. My next thing was on solid waste. Before I can support liens, the question that I was trying to ask was, are we satisfied that we've made contact with and identified every person who, and of course we've identified who hasn't paid, but have we made contact with them and had contact back? Or is it possible there are still people that are not receiving bills or not knowing before we slap a lien on them?
So we went through the painful exercise leading up to February billing of going back to the Miami-Dade property appraisers and revalidating every address within the village of Key Biscayne to make sure we were contacting the correct owner. What I noticed was we had about of our 1,300 or so single family residents, there was about 300 addresses that were incorrect. So on our most recent bill, we updated those and we mailed bills to both the physical address and also the mailing address listed on the property appraiser's website. So I'm more confident that we captured the correct addresses so that people are notified of the bill. Also, in terms of the lien process, you do send an intent to lien notice before you actually file the liens. There's another opportunity, sometimes even sending that letter does wonders to increase your collection rate before you actually have to go through and file the lien with the county.
I think my question was maybe the one step more, given how small we are geographically and the way that we kind of like to conduct business, for people that we've heard nothing back from. Has anyone knocked on the door?
We have not gone to that level. It's something we've explored and discussed internally, whether we want to have somebody from code or some resource somewhere to actually go door to door. The issue is not every resident, as we saw by the less than 1/3 actually have homesteaded properties here. There's a lot of single family homes that are rented out. So sometimes the actual tenant who's living there. But you would
presume that the person living in it may have a better contact address to make contact.
Correct. The property appraiser is pretty good in terms of addresses, but yes, potentially the tenant would have an even better address for us to follow up on. So we could, if that's the will of the council, take those steps before we even start the intent to lien process.
And all
I would
2 rental houses.
Well, Ed, can wait your turn, Ed.
Sorry.
For London, hold up. McCormick, and then
okay, and then my last question was related to the permit clerk growth opportunity. And I'm wondering if that growth opportunity was her idea or if that was from the administration. Just we've sort of seen that path before as like a sort of path out the door to long-term employees. And I would just want to make sure we're not doing that again. So is this something that was this permit clerk's idea or was that from somewhere else?
This is something that the permit clerk approached her supervisor, who approached me, who wanted a growth opportunity and wanted to transition out of the department she was in.
Okay, thank you.
So to answer the other question, so with regard to solid waste, leaning a property is not something that is taken lightly either by me personally or by law. So I think Councilmember McCormick, you can rest assured that there are very specific due diligence requirements before a lien is placed to make sure that the property owner is aware, and they can be that these liens can be challenged if they're not done properly. So if we go down that route, we would not only meet statutory requirements, but we would do the white glove level service where we would go door to door and knock on those folks' homes.
Yeah, I don't need white glove. I just think we're a village and we talk about KB Nice, and if people haven't been getting communication from us before we slap a lien on them, let's make sure that they know. I'm not opposed to the liens.
Okay. Councilmember LaRue and Councilmember.
Okay.
I just saw two.
Oh, Councilmember
Wait,
Laredo.
Eddie.
Council?
Hold on, so
I got
some
you.
of us can speak.
Councilmember Laredo, you go.
Yeah, I just a couple of comments. First of all, I don't know why we're talking so much about this waste. I'm at a loss enforcement. As you know, I'm a strict enforcement fellow. It keeps you out of trouble. It keeps you out through charges of discrimination or favoritism. I just, for the life of me, I don't understand why we even talking about it. Are we so disconnected of the size of our community? This is not New York City. This is not the city of Miami. This is very easy to do. You keep pushing me, which is I'm the guru of getting into micromanaging, into more micromanaging, because things just slip and slip and slip. I mean, this doesn't even merit to be discussing. People who don't pay, people who violate the law, whether it's traffic, get ticketed, and there's a system and procedure that should be part of the job description. And if your people first of all, I applaud you for how much you improved, but it's got to be zero tolerance. I mean, otherwise we're going to spend the next year talking about all this stuff. This is about the fourth time we talked about this. Second of all, this idea of promoting Key Biscayne, which I don't mind, but then the question becomes, and we can talk about it at the next budget meeting, that what is the Key Biscayne Chamber of Commerce does with the $100,000 or $90,000 that we give them. Supposedly a big part of it is promoting Key Biscayne. We're outsourcing that. So let's don't create another expense item when we already paid for it. We tend to do in-house and out-house double expenses. Now, Madam Manager, do you consider the park sign issue that we crossed this week a communications issue? How do you define communications? Is it the new stuff that we've been getting on during this crisis, which is great, and I applaud the person for it, but is that how that's in your definition of communication?
So the park signage really initially just started as a parks initiative. Now, program signage, park signage, did you know campaigns, door flyers, an entire engagement session for every CIP project. That's the communications piece. So the delay in the sign.
The short answer is the communications problem, which we solved on Monday by putting a sign thanking the people that paid for it. Us seven had to make a very difficult decision. That was a controversial decision. That is their asset. Is that, in your view, a communication gap?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think at that,
well,
I think
then,
the signage.
My point is, Madam Manager, it really is that simple.
Yeah.
It really is that simple. And this is a very small community. And we, I mean, I don't want to go again. This is difficult to discuss without the people who may be listening. It's not about any individual holding these positions, but we go from, you said that we were outsourcing $140,000 in all kinds of scattered, and I make it a point not to criticize previous administrations, but every day I just can't believe what we inherited. 140,000 of ineffective communications. And yes, we solved it with about 87,000 plus all the benefits. I mean, when you do these jobs in the human rights, do you all do comparables in the private sector?
Yes.
Or is it just in the public sector? So that you're reinforcing these salaries. I've asked you last year how many people we have over $100,000, and compared to just one company I'm on the board, it's outrageous on a $35 million budget or company. We just don't seem to have control or a reality check that everybody else who's a taxpayer here, a resident, gets it in their jobs, losing jobs, taking cuts, volunteering cuts. Here it's a crisis. Please, a lesson in communities, don't ever, hopefully hear you again about the stress and the great that all of that the employees have gone through. All of us have gone through.
All of us have
gone through. And
right.
That's what they get paid to do, to serve it. But if they go a little bit over the line, we pay them overtime. It does not sell well because it is not the right thing to do. It is not the right thing to do. And we have to do somewhere. I've been waiting a year and some months to do a paradigm shift about public administration, tied to efficiency and tied to results, and not to minimum effort and maximum compensation, and way out of line with the private sector. We're just going to have a crash of confidence in this community. And I don't, and I want to, you know, I look at you and some of your colleagues, and I believe you should all have in your job description. I'm going to sit down one day with one. I want to see in the job description. Part of your job description should be communications as our leader. It shouldn't be any of us. And you should have said, or somebody in your position, we should put a sign instead of the demolition company getting all the credit for demolishing. You piecemealing all the, we try, at least I try to give you a big strategic view, and it just gets chopped up into misses. And I'm very frustrated, but not going to be tired that we're not making progress. And it's $100,000 here, $50,000 there, 100, and all of a sudden, you know, look at the numbers, like Richard said, look at the trends. Look at 10 years. I have, as you did, Richard, the trends on our expense or the budget. It's completely out of whack. But, and I know you've done a good job in a year and a half, but it's got to be faster. It really does. And this crisis has forced us to do this. And communication is really, in my view, a very, very, very important part of your job description. And by the way, I hope when these communications and resilience and officer and all of that, do we have now hiring support staff for them?
No.
Okay. I shouldn't have to ask that question.
No, that was very clear that they don't get departments and staff. So if I may take a moment to, I haven't been able to respond to any of these points. I've got about 4 points here that have been brought up that I need an opportunity.
Go ahead.
Okay. So back to Councilmember McCormick, the last point with regard to the communications and having another person. Initially, when COVID hit, we did engage a third-party PIO. And if you recall, we terminated that agreement because we felt like we could do it better in-house. So we did start with somebody who set the infrastructure up for us. We then embodied it, let that person go. We have been doing it inside. And you're also right that it takes more than one person. You've probably heard about the amazing work that some of our police officers and some folks in Parks and Rec, everybody has in Public Works, you know, folks have stepped up and are supporting that communication effort. So you're right that it takes more than one person under crisis, but what we did was leverage existing resources instead of going out-house. So I wanted to.
I was talking about the writing that we paid for separately. I wasn't talking about the PIO or the police staff.
Okay, you weren't talking about Whit O'Brien?
No, was not. Okay. I was talking about another.
Other employees who were helping with.
No, right. Another contracted employee that you paid specifically for writing content.
Got it. Okay.
So clearly another person that you were paying.
Yes. Yeah, the Joint Information Center members. So it was Ariel Simon, Sergeant Andrew, Adriana, Javier. There have been people across all of the departments who have been providing information from their subject matter expertise to then be disseminated.
But Mike, to your question, Ariel was who I was talking about, that we paid specific extra dollars, not taking another employee from a different department.
Right.
That it does, and it makes sense that you need it, but we have to be honest when we're budgeting.
Yeah. All right, continue.
So then so with regard, Councilmember Laredo, to my role being responsible for communications and community engagement, I think you're right. I think that was a point that was made very clear to me. And I think that I have made a very concerted effort to get out. We've been doing more town halls. Before COVID hit, I had a pretty good cadence going of going to HOA meetings, and I think that was very effective. Unfortunately, I've been quite lonely now that we can only meet virtually. But in lieu of those meetings, we have been doing virtual town halls, including the resilience one you joined us with last week, where we had, all-time record high participation. So I think I'll take it, I'll own it, and yes, I will continue to broaden my horizons to meet that expectation that the council has of me. With regard to comparables in private sectors, so I had asked, the class and comp study, as we know, is wrapping up. And one of the questions that we needed to answer was, who are we comparable to? So I've had the chance to speak with some of the council members, actually maybe even everybody I've asked. I'm not sure if everyone has had a chance to give me their thoughts on it, but with regard to who we should compare ourselves to. And there are definitely positions in the private sector, payroll clerks in every organization. So that's absolutely a role that we would compare ourselves to private sector. So we'll make sure in this class and comp study that we do have that private sector comparable when it's applicable. And then finally, with regard to the compensation, we have to get our heads around the fact that most employees are part of the collective bargaining agreements. So when I started here, one of our residents said that, I should have right off the bat asked for funding to bring in, the handful of people that I needed to support me on the senior management team right off the bat. And I did not do that. And I didn't do that because I believed and had faith in the abilities of our existing staff members to step into those roles. When I got into the organization, I'm right to have faith in them. They're good and that they are talented. However, there are collective bargaining agreements in place that provide for certain steps and certain growth paths over time. And so a lot of that is out of my control. So I think it's important to recognize that there is a value proposition with long tenured employees, and we do have a talented workforce. And what has happened over time is salaries have become quite large. And perhaps Councilmember Laredo, in your assessment, disproportionately so. So hopefully with this compensation study, we'll get a pay plan back that addresses, where we are compared to the market. And then I think the tough decision is going to be, well, what are we going to do with that information? And so I think that's something that you guys need to think about in the back of your mind, that this has been, it hasn't been easy to get the interviews done. It hasn't been easy to collect the data. The organization, everybody's watching us right now. Everybody is hearing what we're talking about. They know that these pressures exist on our budget. They know that my expectations are high. They know that I'm holding people accountable. And I would appreciate if you continue to watch us grow and thrive with the resources that we have.
On this study, you qualify the study by saying we're applicable. I don't like those adjectives that give you a big wide door to avoid the issue. We are a $35 million company. Okay, and they have IT directors. Yep. They have communications directors. So don't give me a filter of or applicable.
I think the exception I was implying was sworn personnel that don't exist, that are only a government function. So I don't think a security guard, for example, would be comparable to a sworn officer. That was what I was thinking.
Of course not. Yeah, I'm talking about support staff.
Councilmember
Support
London.
staff, undoubtedly, we can comp out to private sector.
Councilmember London, you had some questions or statements to make? No. I just had one follow-up. You were going to get back to Councilmember London on the comptroller. I'd like to be in that conversation. So if we could do that under the sunshine, because I'd like to understand that. And I just want to be clear, have you brought the attorneys in on that ADA situation?
We're nowhere near any of that. I'm just trying to respect people's privacy and lives. But I know where Councilmember London is going, and I can circle back. Listen, cat's out of the bag.
We'll do a sunshine, but I'm just, have you...
Well, if we're going to have a sunshine meeting, may as well have the discussion. I mean, I think to Councilmember London's point, the temporary nature was that this was somebody who I had worked with before, who I knew would be able to come in and hit the ground running. And the idea was that, he's toward the end of his career, so he wasn't going to be here for 30 years, right? So the question is, what is, temporary? Do I have a date do I have a date that says this is the end of our agreement? No, I don't. But the understanding was that he's not going to be here for 20 years because he's toward the end of his career.
Well, we're all temporary then. Okay, Councilmember London?
Well, exactly what we're talking about. That's when I asked you about the high salary, because you said you needed somebody, he was available, and that's why you paid him the above market salary for that particular job, but it was temporary.
Right, so the question is how long is temporary?
That was all. That's the only thing I'm getting at. So my question is, if he's going to be permanent, then he should be priced accordingly. And you're not locked into a contract with them. That's all I'm saying to you. I'm not saying he's a bad guy, maybe a great guy. And obviously you're very happy with him and Benjamin's happy with him. So my question is, I'm not saying get rid of him, I'm saying just price him accordingly.
So I understand you, Ed. You said that the salary was high because of the emergency basis of the short-term hiring, almost like an outside consultant.
Well,
but now that he's going to be here a little bit longer, more stable, that it should then be adjusted to what the market bears.
That's all. Yeah.
Okay.
And regarding the comp survey, we had a comp thing done Michael, you remember back about 5 years ago, we did the comp thing, and of course they came in and didn't make us look very good, so the manager hid the thing, and then it stood away, and you've got a copy of it now also, Andrea, and nothing was done with it because we got it and didn't make us look very good as managers, and that was the end of it. I hope this time it's distributed to the council, and everybody sees what it is, and we take action. If we're not going to take action, why bother wasting our money on a comp survey?
Right. Okay, anybody else? Clerk?
Sorry, you muted yourself. All right, so the next section is mine. There's not a lot of changes here. Numbers will change depending on what the salary is for the new clerk's position. Also, we have put some money aside to capital outlay to purchase a new piece of equipment for Comcast that should improve our video quality. And also, we're looking into, we're in talks with Hotwire already for them to quote us out on the equipment to get Channel 77 out to the towers through their lines, as well as covering the closed captioning. Do you have any questions?
Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Petros, and then there's Cigarrola. I can see that hand taking over the screen.
Our insurance is showing it's going up 51%. Is that going up across all departments at 51%?
51% in, I'm sorry,
our life, health, and disability insurance?
To be honest, sir, we'd have to ask Benjamin if that's going across.
Benjamin, is that something that's going across all departments, 51%?
No, I'd have to see why it was allocated that way. We did in our in the manager's budget message and financial policy and assumptions, we listed out the percentage increases for each insurance item that was allocated. So health insurance, life insurance, workers' comp, where we thought it would be. Health insurance is around 13% increase, so I'll have to double check and see why the clerks went up so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Pete, can I talk now, Mike? Yep.
Yes.
I wanted to know about the line item for travel, which is at 8,000.
I believe the car allowance went back into travel and per diem, or per diem.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
It's $500 a month for the car allowance for the clerk. I believe that went back into travel and per diem. So it was removed. That line item was removed and it was put just back.
So it should be there, or it shouldn't be there, and it
because there shouldn't be any compensation for car use by the clerk, unless it's negotiated again.
I don't understand.
I didn't follow anything there.
All right. Initially, a few years ago, there was no car expense for the clerk, but there was $8,000 in travel. So they took $500 a month and gave it to the clerk as a bonus car expense. And judging by this, it's been removed.
Okay. And who
talk about truth in
who
lending.
removed it and put it back in travel? Do you know how that happened?
Unfortunately, no. Conchita was the one that took care of this budget for me.
Okay.
And why is that?
Just for institutional knowledge on running this department for so many years. And she's able to help me along with making good choices. I don't see if there's a need for $500 going monthly to the clerk for a car usage. Especially
and to be clear, I think that's a benefit of all the directors in the village. Am I correct, Andrea?
So if Most directors get a stipend, yes, for their vehicle. And in the personnel worksheet, we call that out as part of the value of the total package.
And does the words car allowance appear anywhere in that language? So it's hidden under travel here. Again, I'm trying to figure out what the citizen, talk about communications. I was going to ask about travel, thinking where they were traveling to. It's
Right,
truth
and
in
I
lending. What's wrong with saying car allowance, $500?
Yeah, but
Right.
shouldn't the car allowance be in the personal spending? Because that's actually like something that we put for a benefit.
If I
That's for them to
understood,
do a lease.
if I understood Pete correctly, he actually took it out of the benefit package, which was sitting under, it would be sitting under salaries or wages or one of these things in the, above the line. And instead of just keeping travel low at 2,600, it just ended up back there because that's how it was handled years ago. So
That makes me worried because now we have a 3% increase on the clerk above, but you're moving $8,000 down. Now you're playing with numbers. Don't you think that should stay inside the benefits of personnel spending? Because everything else is operational, right?
I think a couple things. Number one, whoever we end up picking as a clerk, we will be going into discussions on their contract and what's included and not included. And I think as a group, we need to decide what the benefit package is. And then secondly, a lot of this budget is going to be in flux because we haven't hired someone yet. We don't know the salary and we don't know the benefits, and we can take away travel if we want. So I think all of those things are up for grabs.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that if the $8,000 in fiscal year 2020 was on that 189,000, this year we have 190,000. We're showing for a 0% increase. It's not really a 0% increase, right?
Correct.
It's actually a much bigger.
But we can manipulate this.
How do we account for it in the for the other directors with car allowances? Where does it go?
The comment I made earlier, I guess Katie or someone was asking about, or you, about the salaries, what it was actually costing us. And I was saying, basically, when you say a person, a division, a director or clerk or anybody else, you basically list the salary. You list the benefits such as the overtime, all the things that they normally get, pension, FICA, medical, everything else. And if they get a car, you list the car. And you say this person was paid $100,000, and then we spend another $45,000 on other benefits. So this position costs us $145,000. And then you know exactly what you're spending, and you don't have it disguised on all different kinds of things. And you make decisions intelligently, because now you say, well, we're going to spend $80,000 for the communications director. Yeah, but we're going to pay her 12% for a pension. We're going to pay 7.65 because every employee gets 7.65. We're going to pay another 12% for medical, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you're not paying her $85,000 to get somebody. That person's going to $110,000, $115,000. And then you make a decision saying, hey, is she worth or he worth $115,000? This way you're saying, is he or she worth $80,000? So these positions should be complete. In other words, this is a salary, this is the benefit package, and this is what it costs you. And that's fine. But list it together, don't disguise it. That's all I'm saying.
I agree 100%, and the integrity of this budget is one of the most important pillars for me. We really, like I said, we have gone through to make sure that what we have in these line items is what is in these line items, and it's something that didn't exist before. So I will work with Pete to bring him up to speed with what is in here. Looking through the backup, I don't believe that you have a vehicle allowance here, Pete, but I can double check. And to Councilmember Petros's point, yes, a lot of things are in flux here, given that you haven't picked a clerk and negotiated the package.
But this is
and to Councilmember London's point, say again?
My suggestion, just not for the clerk's office, this applies to every position in the village.
We have, you're gonna love it. We have it. We have more detail. We gave it to Mayor Davey last year as the biggest data dump ever, but you'll appreciate the tool.
That's great, Andre. Just within the presentation, all I'm saying, the presentation, that's what we should see. Okay?
But Ed, I think you could speak to the fact that that has not happened in the past. That is not something that you saw when you were on council before, correct?
I'm sorry.
Which was, did you see a list of people with their salaries plus their benefits so that you would have a full, clear understanding of what each individual role cost the village?
No, I asked for it, and I would go to John and go over with John, and that's how I would find out myself. Did they ever present it to me? No, I had to pull it tooth by tooth out of them.
Well, we've been asking for it for a few years now. So, I mean.
No, I've never asked for that.
I've delivered it since I've been here.
No, I'm talking about, Andrea, this goes back 6 years.
Okay.
Just to answer Councilmember Moss's question about the 51% increase in health insurance, I went in the budget. In a two-person department, the increase is only $7,400. In a two-person department, it's more sensitive to the individual health insurance selections of the two people. So if an old clerk only had an individual-only policy and the new clerk chooses a family or plus children, that could be the increase alone right there. So most likely across all departments, you're not going to see such a significant increase, but obviously here in a tiny department, it's more sensitive to individual selection.
Before the contract, it was simple. We basically gave everybody so much per month, and it was really simple to know what we did. It was all very simple. Now with the various things you're talking about, depending on age, depending on marriage, depending on family, it all's over the map. You don't know what it's going to cost you.
And a lot of those items are in our collective bargaining agreement, so we have to.
I'm saying that's what you did. I'm saying in the last agreement, that's what you did. So that's what confuses things.
Benjamin, real quickly so that I understand why you chose a 13% increase in all of these different insurances, which when you add them together is a lot of an increase. Is there I've never seen that jump in insurance policies annually. Is this just being ultra conservative and can you back off of it a little bit, or what's the justification in your mind?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So basically the village, there are 4 different insurance types that we're looking at, which is property liability, workers' comp, the health, and then life, accidental death, dismemberment, and long-term disability. So the last one, long-term disability, we kept flat at 0%. These insurances are renewed on an annual basis. So we have a broker who represents the village, one who does our health, and the other one, another broker who does our property, liability, and workers' comp. So if you see, single-digit increases, that's usually a good renewal. Last year, we were very, very aggressive, and we managed to get a reduction of over 23% in our health insurance, while also increasing the benefit to the employees, which was really great and not to be expected again. We'll see what we can do. But basically in the budget message, I call out further negotiations over the summer. And this is exactly what I was referring to. So health insurance, usually in August, we go out to bid and we get annual renewals. And then by October, November, we'll redo the property liability. We spoke based on some input I got from council members during the briefings regarding our insurance coverage. We spoke with our broker for property and liability, and we currently the underwriter is Pidgeot, Preferred Governmental Insurance Trust. The other primary competitor in the marketplace is FMIT, which is the Florida League of Cities insurance provider. And then there's other companies like Gallagher that kind of do more of a self-insured approach. But we spoke with the broker and we said that this year we wanted to get quotes for more than just Pidgeot. So we're going to work through that this summer, and any council members who are interested in participating in that process, let me know, and we will happily share with you the information as we move forward. So those are the 4 buckets. We used, between 10 and 15% increase. So hopefully over the summer, we'll be able to get those renewals in and we'll be able to keep those costs down. But I think it's reasonable to expect an increase.
The other thing that I would ask of you, and increases make sense, it just was higher than I've had experience
we would hope.
In the private sector.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that I would ask is when you look at our benefit package, if you could do a comparison to other communities. I do know since I've been on council, we increased healthcare coverage benefits to include not only the individual, but 75% of the family coverage as well. And I don't know if that's, I guess, a standard across municipalities or if it's incredibly generous and if there's and what the savings would be if we went back to the 50% family coverage. What would that be? And would it be, if it's not much of a savings, then it may not be something to look at, but it might be something else that we could analyze when we're finalizing our numbers.
To answer the question, it's roughly about $175,000 difference to go from 75% to 50% based on the selections the employees have now. Obviously, during open enrollment, those could change, but that's where it stands currently.
Okay.
What would it be if we went back to the last contract before this contract?
I can't do the numbers that quickly yet.
Just for healthcare or for everything?
Healthcare.
He said it would be $175,000 savings.
That was just one item. That wasn't going back to where we just contributed so much a person.
All right, what was the question?
Previously, we contributed, I forgot what it was, $500 or $475 per employee per month, and they got their own health care, or we had some plan. So I'm saying, what's the difference between that and what the council approved last time in the CBA? That's what I'm asking.
I'll have to get back to you on the calculation for the difference.
Ed, this was something that the manager put in place outside of the CBA, and then I guess we ratified it, but he made this change. It wasn't us.
Well, basically, excuse me?
He made the change, the previous manager, independent of us.
You had to have it in the budget. If you didn't have it in the budget to pay for it, you had to modify the budget to pay for it because it was a huge amount.
He did it, and then it was told to the employees, and then we were asked to approve it after the fact.
Okay. Wonderful.
Okay.
I have a question. Regarding the clerk's budget, isn't there a line item missing for the upcoming election?
No, that's going to be in communications as well as in office supplies, I think, for this year. Because for
say that again.
But doesn't the clerk need a line item budget for the election and everything the clerk has to do?
Separately from something else within the clerk's budget? I don't believe it's necessary. But we have allocated money for this year's elections.
Is that how it's been handled in the past?
No, I think we've always had something there.
Yeah, I believe so.
How much is allocated for the elections?
I believe it was around $5,000 was put in. I think for ads, and I think another 5,000 that was simply stated as elections.
Is that enough?
No.
Spoke with Conchita and she assured me it would be.
5,000 was enough, really?
I don't know, 10,000 total. 5,000 just for the ads and 5,000 to cover any other expenses.
Are there any numbers for what was allocated in 2018 and 2016?
I could pull those up.
Yeah, please. Because
Sorry, where are those, that $10,000?
I believe it was added to in between communications and operating supplies. No, I'm sorry, office supplies, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's
The
probably good to have that
communications line
separated.
item is just the communications infrastructure. So those are the IT connectivity costs. But I'll work with Pete and we'll make sure that we get a quote from the elections department and include the right amount there to cover it.
okay, but that begs the question: if that needs to be added, how much needs to be added, and how much does that add to how much we're in the red?
I think they
No,
will.
I don't believe we need to add it outside this budget. The numbers will stay the same. It'll just be on a separate line item. I don't have the feeling that we're going to need extra money for this. Especially, I'm quite confident.
Well, yeah, because in 2000,
Like I said, I'll get back to you with the new line item. It'll be a lot simpler then.
Okay, thank you.
In there separately, and that'll clear up any debate. Anything else?
we should go on to attorney. Mike, you still there?
Let's go. Next item.
Jen?
Chad?
So, good evening. We have cut the budget by $50,000, $25,000 litigation special counsel, and $25,000 undergrounding. we really looked at it as a fluid budget right now, as you know, a lot's going on as far as COVID and the protests, and you know, we anticipate as the summer goes on to further refine this budget. I'm here to answer any questions.
Chad, what about the labor negotiations? We're about to go into that. We've historically been around 100,000. You have it down at 75,000. Will that be okay?
Yeah, I'm going to speak with Brett about that. I am aware of that. It really depends on how significant we think we're going to get into these labor negotiations. I know that there has been an approach already, and I'm not sure how you know, difficult collective bargaining is going to be. It could be really simple, or it could go, you know, be very difficult. So let me check. I have that as a note to circle back with him. So I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Chad, can I ask a quick question?
Councilmember Petros?
As of April, we had $168,000 roughly spent. I know you've been working hard ever since we had the COVID crisis or pandemic. What is your expectation? Will we stay on budget for this year, for 2020?
I do think we're going to stay on budget. That number from April 30th is artificially low for the overall line item, because what you're seeing there, I believe, and Andrea can confirm, but that's actually payment of invoices to the legal department. And we did receive additional payments from outstanding invoices in May and in June that were outstanding for a couple months before that. But I do think in running the numbers overall, I think we're going to come in around budget, or you know, maybe hopefully maybe a little lower depending on the summer. You know, what I have found is that, you know, although, you know, we've been working really hard for you guys on the COVID and on the protest stuff, it's taken away from us working on other matters. So it starts to even out a little bit.
And could you remind the community what the billing rate is? Because it's quite low for legal fees that you charge our village.
Sure, we charge $200 an hour.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next, anybody else? All right, let's go to the next item.
All right. So debt service, Benjamin can speak to it. It pretty much.
Sorry, could we just go back quick on the attorney budget? Is there a reason that we were behind in paying them?
I'm gonna have to look into it and I'll let you know. But I do know that there was some delays, and Chad's right. We'll have to talk about that to see what the time is.
Because I know we had a problem with this. I thought it was addressed, although I still hear people talking about it. It's not okay for the Village of Key Biscayne to have a reputation of they don't pay their bills. So if you could, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's get that. Next item.
All right, let's, Jake, building department, Mr. Osman.
Debt service.
I'm sorry?
Skipping debt service? Debt service is next.
Okay, okay. Benjamin, you want to?
Yeah, I can highlight the one difference, and we've alluded to it earlier, is the Civic Center 1 loan coming off the books. Everything else is pretty standard. So that's the only big significant change. As I mentioned also earlier, after fiscal year 21, we expect that capital improvement 2011A to come off as well, which is why when we looked at a long-term strategic plan of funding CIP, we wanted to delay that extra year to both let existing debt fall off the books, but also monitor the recovery phase of COVID and allow for us to monitor if these revenues rebound and increase to make a good financial positioning move.
Are we not budgeting for other projects that we're going to be financing out? I think you talked about it in the capital improvement as well, Andrea.
That financing would come in fiscal year 22, not in 21. So we're not
2022.
anticipating any additional debt than what's shown right there in the budget.
Okay.
Councilmember London.
Benjamin, you have vehicle leases combined. Why aren't they distributed by department? Why don't you have the village list for manager, for various departments, for police, for fire? Why are they all combined? And this doesn't give you a true picture what those things are costing you, those departments.
Sure. So we've historically allocated all the debt into one fund. I can provide the detail to you by department of whose vehicles those
It should be
belong
part of
to.
the department's expense. I mean, when you have cars for a particular department, that's an expense of the department, not expense of the debt service.
So at the time of those purchases, those actually didn't fall in department operational budgets because they exceeded the threshold to get into CIP. So that's where they were funded, and the debt and then lands in the debt service.
I understand where they are. I'm talking about for us, again, to make intelligent decisions. What are things costing us? We don't know where these cars go, and we don't know how much it costs. We assume most go to the police. We don't know where else they go. And where are their benefits, like talked before, for individual people and should be added to their salaries. Or else you're not going to get an accurate picture of what your costs are.
I like it. I like it. I think what we can do is add to the cost allocation, the same way we allocate property insurance and, IT equipment and IT connectivity. We can take a stab at doing a cost allocation. I think one thing we all need to be sensitive to, I think whenever we do change the structure, there are some folks that gain from that and there are some folks that lose from that change. So I think probably what we can do on this next pass is keep one exhibit that shows a consolidated debt statement. And then we can also kind of show the cost allocation. So we can work on that.
It's not gaining or losing. It's a question of showing what is actually happening. There's no difference.
But when we've shown in, I agree. But you've noticed as we've gone through this, we're trying to show things in a way that are well received by the council and the community, and sometimes we nail it, and sometimes we don't. So
suggesting we change it. That's all.
Right. And if everybody's okay with that, yes.
It's fine. It's proper allocation.
Okay, because in this budget, a lot of the concerns I heard over the last couple of days was the proper allocation of costs was not well received by a lot of feedback that I've been getting. So
I think because it wasn't clear. I don't think the issue was how it was accounted for. I think the issue was that it felt it was confusing, and it felt like that something was trying to be done that was not clear. So I think we asked at the beginning of this meeting, I think it's consistent, same point, that even if it isn't part of an actual budget where numbers add up and change, if there were in the memo, somewhere where you called out what happened, what went where, why it did, and what it's for. It's the fact that it's the first year like that is what was confusing without a clear explanation of seeing where it came from.
Benjamin, quick question. If we go out and do a bond this year for stormwater, will it show up into our debt service?
No, it'll be in the Stormwater Enterprise Fund shown separately.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Just to clarify also, and Ed, you can talk to this, these things that you're asking for, you haven't received those in the past. This is something new that we're asking of this manager to make things very clear on exactly what individual departments are costing the village, the taxpayers. Is that accurate?
That's correct. In the past, I've had to go and say, okay, fine. When the chief decided to give the police take-home cars, how much did that cost? This is misleading because most people think these are all the police cars, and they're not. So really, this doesn't all go to the police department. It gets distributed to a number of different departments for different people. So then you can make an intelligent decision. Now you can't when everything's bunched together.
But didn't we have this conversation last year? I feel like we're having.
I've had this conversation pretty much all the time.
I mean, I think this conversation, and that's what I want to make clear, is that this is not something.
Very gentle last year.
But it's also something you asked for when you were on council before and you didn't receive it. Is that accurate?
We had no accounting when I was in council before. There was nobody knew anything, what monies were spent, when money came in. The idea was not to know, and no one asked questions, and it drove me nuts trying to find out. Okay, we had
So
no.
now you're getting closer to what you want, and there's been an improvement.
Andrea and the comptroller are doing a not perfect job. They're trying to find out what we want. But compared to what we had, if we were a zero, they're at 10 million. Okay, that's what the difference is.
All right.
That difference.
All right. Anybody else?
The last thing I want to mention in this debt budget is it's a conservative approach. I think there's definitely opportunity as interest rates have lowered that we're able to refinance some of this existing debt. So I'm looking at some specific outstanding loans we currently have, and hopefully we can bring forward a refinancing.
Okay.
And that would also free up funds for the larger resilience bond issue.
Now we got Ed talking again. Come on.
Talking because basically this is what we discussed at the workshop before. We can combine some of these things to lower debt, refund them with a bond issue. And it saves the community money by doing it. It spreads it over a longer term and makes your annual payment much less, and everybody's much happier.
Okay.
But we need a bigger bond issue than what's underneath the $60 million we have available.
Got it. Let's keep moving.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. Benjamin, when would you be able to give us an idea of potential savings, and could it hit this particular budget by September?
Certainly. We brought an RFP with a financial advisor to the last council meeting. I think it's appearing again in a week's time. I'd like to get that advisor on board, wherever it may be, and we can aggressively go and look to refinance this existing debt. I've already identified opportunities. I'd like their professional opinion as well, but we can definitely get it done quickly.
Is it something you need? I'm sorry. Is it something you need a financial advisor to do, or is this something you could do under your umbrella in your shop?
I could, however, I'd like the opinion of the advisor as well.
I did not hear the answer, because I asked this question last time and it went unanswered. I don't have the language in front of me of the description of the RFP and the services they provided. It was very boilerplate and fitted almost verbatim some of your responsibilities. What was Petros' question, what was your answer? That yes, you can do it?
Yeah, part of the RFP, we discussed issuance up to $100 million, going to the public bond market, working with rating agencies. Those are items where professionals in the field are going to do a better job than I can running the day-to-day finance department.
Third question. Before we get to that point, before we get to actually, it's like an IPO. I mean, your job description and your time and professional background allows us to have that benefit without us start paying right now as they wanted us to do at the last regular council meeting. Would that be a correct statement?
Correct.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, Benjamin, with this existing debt service, you'll be able to come back, you personally, whether we approve this RFP for the new financial advisor or not, and give us a recommendation. Before this budget, we have to vote on the millage rate for this budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
All right, now tab 8, Jake Osman, building.
Okay.
Incidentally, we do have to have a discussion on, I'm sorry, Jake, to cut you off. We do have to have a discussion on the millage because we're going to have to send out the notice. Well, when do we have to send it out? By August 1st?
When is the trim notice due?
Chad?
We'll double check, Mayor, now. Maybe when Jake is done, we'll double check the date, but I think that's.
Yeah, I think it is by August 1st. We can get the exact date. We can get the exact date. It changes by a day or so, but yeah, it's usually around the 1st of August or 2nd.
Okay, because I think that's important. Otherwise, we have to make a decision on the notice today, and I don't want to do that. I don't think we're ready.
You also have next week too, if you needed to.
Understood.
But usually that decision, I think it's 30 days from when you receive the final numbers. You have to certify. So you get the final numbers July, but because sometimes when it falls on the weekend, there's a carryover,
Right, but July
So
1st
it's
is a
I don't know what day.
Thursday.
Maybe it's in the middle of the week. Yeah.
No,
So
no,
it's
no,
probably-
sorry, it's a Wednesday.
We'll get you the exact date, but yeah.
Okay, well, I think it's important because we're gonna have to have a meeting to discuss what we're want, unless the manager's just gonna choose a random day. I mean, we had this conversation last year because it doesn't impact us, provided, you know, whatever we set it at, we can drop it. You know, I just want to bring that up right now because it's 10, whatever it is, and there's no way we're gonna get to that. I'm not gonna rush through that at the last minute.
Why don't we do building and then we'll just verify the dates real quick and then we'll talk millage if that is the will of the council.
I mean, does anybody have an objection to us just setting it ridiculously high and then we'll come down and set our millage, you know, again, like we did last year?
Well, we normally set it, we never come down, so I'd rather set it something.
Oh, we did last year. We set it,
What'd you
we set
come
it
down
like
to?
4 last year and we brought it down.
Are you suggesting to do that today?
Well, I'm saying, no, I'm saying I'm not. I want to make sure we're having,
I'm sorry.
I think we should have that conversation because again, we're being rushed. So let's just move.
Today.
We'll set, let's get a confirmation on what date by which we have to establish the number for the trim notice and then we can move on. Let's go, Jake, sorry.
And just to be clear, I mean, under Florida law, the manager can set this millage on her own if she wanted to. But so
Okay.
historically in the village, you know, John Gilbert did set this a number of times on his own. However, I'll tell you, most communities do have the council give input at a public meeting and give direction.
No, yeah, exactly. I think, you know, for the trim notice, again, it's not setting our millage, but I just wanted to bring that point up tonight. So anyway, let's continue.
Okay, go for building department budget. I'm sharing my screen. For the fiscal year 21, for the building division, proposed budget is $1,629,085, which represents about 6% decrease on overall budget as compared to fiscal year 20. There are a few line items that I'd like to highlight. There are some major changes in terms of percentages, and then I'll take questions. The first one is salaries. There is about $122,000 decrease, and this is due to cost allocation of salaries with different departments such as zoning and stormwater fund, as well as employee count in building division went down to 9 from 12. Under operational spending, there's a decrease on operational supplies, an increase on subscription membership. This was simply paying our online permitting system fees under subscription and removing from operational supplies. There are no major differences on the other items. Those are the 3 big ones that's standing out. If you have any questions, I'll take it. And if you guys want to discuss building fees and the revenues expenditures, we could do that as well.
I have a few questions.
Okay.
If I can jump in. Are there any other, let me just do maybe 2 questions. Are there any other staff members that you may need to hire somewhere, maybe not next year, but the year after? Because I see that you're reducing salary. I know that we moved a permit clerk over to the manager's office. Are you sure that you're not going to need to fill in any of those positions that you guys reduced?
No, sir. If anything, I'm trying to find more efficient ways. I did believe that he had excess of permit clerks, and one of the permit clerks showed initiative to get new expertise and move to manager's office to improve procurement. Especially when I get this new permitting system online, it's gonna reduce the need of permit clerks. One of the permit clerk I repurposed as a floodplain manager. He recently got his CFM certification, so he's doing dual work. But the short answer is no. I don't foresee hiring anyone in the next few years. We are
okay, and And then your KPI on the following page, I don't know if you have it there, but you guys are showing a graph there, and it ends in April of 2019. Is there a reason why we're missing a whole year of data there? And the other question I have there, the KPI, you guys have 30 days to turn around permits, look like what our average overall permit issue time, which is actually very decent. Are we trying to adhere to those 30 days and continue that same level of service? Are we trying to go a little bit, are we trying to shorten it a little bit, or what are you guys doing on the KPIs there on the building department?
Okay, so as far as the label of April, I'll have to look at the data. I'm not sure why I didn't plot it. I apologize.
Is that supposed to be 2020 in the green? Oh, okay. And it's just all the dates are just one off. Okay, I see. All right, that makes sense.
And then 30 days is basic. That's for the Florida building code. And we usually do a lot faster. Not usually, I would say 99% of the time, a lot faster. But the building code requires you that you have to turn it around, either approve it or with comments within 30 days. So that's absolute max that we could have in order to turn on any given.
Are we keeping data on every permit that we have, and we can actually average it out?
We can. It's extremely hard under the current system that we have.
Okay.
We changed it a lot. It's a lot of manual labor work. However, ever since our core department, with the support of the manager, we've been doing that, and we are also configuring a new system to collect all this data, and hopefully next year we'll document everything and anything that you want.
Thank you.
Jake, can I jump in? Jake?
Councilmember Petros?
Okay. I have a couple questions, and this is an area that I have a lot of concern with, actually, because of what's happening right now and the fact that we're running in the red. And we're in a situation, I mean, this department should be neutral. We spent a fair amount of money with a consultant to make it neutral, and we've failed. And I want to know how quickly we can get to at least neutral so that it's not costing the whole village money. And it shouldn't be. We should be covering our costs. And this, I know, has been going on for a while now. I'm sure there's challenges, but I want to know how quickly you can right the ship, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, answer that first.
Okay. Unfortunately, there's not an easy answer to that question. I believe, and again, there's evidence out there that our permit fees are extremely low as compared to other municipalities. That's given. And we have to.
I see you, Ed. Relax. Don't fall over. Hold on.
And we have to run the department with certain core employees, such as you have to have electrical inspector, mechanical inspector, building official, and what have you. So certain expenses, unfortunately, don't go below a certain amount, regardless of number of permits you do or you don't do. So that's number one. Number two, I'm not sure how confident I am with the previous permit study that was done. I'm looking into it. The consultant may have done a great job, but they do work with the data they've been provided. So if you give them better data, you're gonna get better results. Number three, there were some discrepancies on department how they apply the permit fees. So there are three different variables that affect this building money. So what I like to do under professional services, even though I don't have direct allocated fee for somebody to come and study our services, but I can allocate some of the monies from that budget item to whether hire someone or internally do an audit and come up with a new permit fee or changes on staffing.
Jake, one of the things, I've been around for the fluctuation, the big swing, as have Brett and Allison. And when we had money that shouldn't have been held aside in reserves, that was too much because the statute requests or the statute mandates and Ignacio has strong feelings on this too, but mandates that you should not be acquiring money in your permitting structure. And we had too much money. So we started and put our building rate artificially low, knowing that that would reduce some of the extra money that was sitting there. And then we took time to have the consultant come up with a fee that should have been cost neutral.
Right.
For whatever reason, it's not cost neutral. And for me personally, I would like to know that you could come before us within a month and tell us, look, we need to put the fees at this rate for right now to stop the bleeding and to make this neutral until we come up with a better system. But to just wait until another consultant comes in that we have to pay and then wait for their recommendation while we have these large amounts of red happening every month is not a good solution in my mind. So I'd really like a stopgap again. And if you're going to recommend that we pay another consultant, that's a different story. You'll have to justify that, but we need to get to as close to neutral as possible, as quick as possible.
I agree.
That's my opinion. And if the rest of the council wants to weigh in, but I feel really strongly about this, given the tightness of this budget, we can't afford to be operating in the red here any longer than absolutely necessary.
I totally agree with Katie.
Councilmember London is up. Excuse me. Councilmember London is up.
Thank you. There's two things, Jake, basically, and Katie. One is the permit fees, and the other is the number of permits. Together is our revenue. So my question to you, Jake, are we running a bigger deficit since now because of number of permits, or is it because of fees, or both?
Well, obviously, the past 3 months is not the representative of the department because of COVID. And but last year,
the last 3 months, I'm talking about forget COVID.
Right. Overall, we issued more permits and more inspections was performed as compared to year prior, and then we lost money. So that shows evidence that.
Stop for 1 second, Jake. We have permits for rehab and remodeling, and we have new home permits. They all carry different permit fees.
Correct.
Within the classification, say of new homes, are they the same? Of repairs or rehabs or remodeling, are they the same? Or has the balance or the shift between these things changed dramatically over a period of time?
New construction slowed down a lot.
Okay, so my next thing is I have a suggestion to make things, which would be boost your revenue, take care of a big gap in your thing, and yet it would be neutral to the homeowner who's building a home or the developer who's building a home. What we do in the village of Key Biscayne is we have a thing called a threshold inspector requirement, which means that you hire an independent engineer who is certified as a threshold inspector by the state of Florida. And he comes out before every report and everything you do, and he signs off on it. Then our building inspector comes over to sign off on the building, on the threshold inspector. The actual threshold inspector does the work. Now this usually costs somewhere about, just give you a ballpark, between $3,000 and $8,000 a home. So take $5,000. If you added $5,000 to the cost of a single family home, it will, for most people, it would cost them absolutely nothing if you would eliminate the threshold inspector. The threshold inspector in the state of Florida, under state statute 553.71, parentheses 1-2 and parentheses, requires a threshold inspector when the property is more than 75 foot high or more than 3 stories, or has an occupancy of more than 500 people and 5,000 square feet. But the village of Key Biscayne, we require that for a single family home of 3,525 feet, which is the maximum you can build on a 7,500 foot lot with a 0.47 FAR. So it's absolutely ridiculous to have. I've had this discussion before. I got nowhere with Judd when he was the building inspector. Head of directors. And I'm going to try it with you. It'll boost your revenue. It won't cost anybody anything because they'll save the money on hiring an outside engineer You got the inspectors to do it anyway. And if you're building 30 houses, that's $150,000.
Sorry, Ed, how are you just reiterate, how are you saving the money?
Well, what happens is, like, if you're going to go build a house today, Mike,
right?
Under the village regulations, not the state regulations, as long as you're building a house that's 3 stories or less, it's less than 50 feet high, it doesn't have 500 people or occupancy of 5,000 square feet, then guess what? You don't need a threshold inspector. Bill Key Biscayne says you do. It's something we.
No, I get that, but how would it save? So if we cut that out, how does it make money for the village? I guess that's my question.
You would raise the building permit fee by the same amount that somebody would save by not.
Got it. Okay, all right, I understand that.
To the person, it wouldn't cost anybody any more money, but yet the village would get 100. The only person who would lose with the threshold inspector is not hired to do the job. Okay, but we would get how many? 30 houses, 40 houses, you're talking $150,000, $200,000 a year, found money.
Yeah, but your fees have to be related to your costs. So, I mean, if you're not, I understand, but you just can't say it was going to the inspector and now it's going to the village.
Well, of course you can. Of course you can, because what's happening, the inspector is an outside person that somebody has to hire. But it's not necessary. It's the only reason you have to hire because the village says you have to hire.
Could we we would still do the same inspections, is that correct?
Yeah, the same building inspector that we have now would go out and inspect. Same
correct.
thing.
The inspections would be done by somebody who's not the threshold inspector.
But you're saying they're still paying for it. The owner's still paying for it, though.
Correct. Yes, well, they're still paying for
our permit fee. But the permit fee would go up by $5,000, which would but they would have that, wouldn't cost them anything because they wouldn't need the threshold inspector.
But the problem, Ed, that you may, some people who are doing it may not want the person inspecting it to be the village because you only have one person to choose from, where the other one, you can choose anybody. And a lot of times it's more efficient to bring in your threshold because typically you're using the engineer that designed it. They know exactly what they're looking for. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to pay the same amount of money,
yeah, but I'm talking
I would rather have a guy.
Standpoint. Well, from the village's standpoint, to close the gap, to raise another $150,000 to $200,000 a year, and yet not cost the outside, like you, the GC or developer, it's not going to cost you any more money.
Yeah, but I think to Chad's point, I think we're not going to be, we have to we have to be able to explain why we're charging this fee. So there'd have to be an inspection. Is that right, Chad?
Correct. That was my point. I would suggest this. Why don't we go back? We understand. Ed's brought this up before. Let us go back. Let's look at it, and we'll see.
You know, before I looked at it a year ago, it really hasn't changed. We just make our individual homeowners and developers spend more money for nothing, and it's ridiculous. Okay, it's unfair. It's unfair before, but if you're going to make it fairer and still help close the gap, charge the people a higher permit fee. That's all.
All right. Well, yeah. Can they go back and take a look at it and then come back? I know Councilmember McCormick wanted to say something. She's next.
So I was just going to say what Chad said. We've asked Jake to look at this and to bring something back. This sounds like it may be a suggestion that saves the residents money, which I like, and obviously it's important that we get to the right place. But I think we need to talk about the trim notice and talk about these permit fees at another time.
But Jake, what is your opinion to what I've just brought up?
If that's something I can do, I agree. I mean, look, it's a very simple math, right? If I have to bring in $600,000 for the remainder of the year, I know the amount of permits that I'm going to do because I can look at historic trend, right? Just divide the number by number of permits, and I'm going to find out exactly how much I need to charge. So, and I'll come back with it. And if this is something that we could do, absolutely.
Okay.
Jake, what about liability when we're talking about this? So we're constructing something that's structurally designed. Contractors out there building it, they may not be following exactly where the rebar needs to be going in the structure. Then they call the inspection to come out from the city. The city, they don't know the drawings that well, but they have to look at it. What if something gets poured structurally? There's a real problem down the line. I mean, the city does not hold responsibility of that inspection. So it will go back to be a conflict between the GC and the structural engineer, right?
Yeah, I get that. I mean, right.
Because I always see on the liability when you bring the actual structural engineer who did the design, comes in, inspects the work that it is actually to their drawing specification, they sign off on it. They're taking a liability right there, saying that, no, I went out there, they put it the way. And we've had many times where the structural came out and he says, no, you're missing a piece of rebar right here. And I mean, it's hard to see that stuff if you're just an inspector that is going around and looking at 20 different projects. It's different than a guy who drew the drawings. I'm just looking at liability issue. I don't want any issues with houses. And
But how many? Okay, to your point, how many are they actually doing in a day?
Well, maybe they're doing one or two. Who knows?
Right. So I mean, that's the point. Like if it's somebody doing 20 or 30, that's a different point than one or two.
Right. It's a very valid point. At the same time, we don't really have that much of a complex construction in Key Biscayne. So that's something I have to talk to an official and see what can we do with it.
All right, let's come back to us.
Just 2 points on the millage. It's within 35 days of certification, of the certification date. The first day that you can be certified is July 1st. So if we get that, then by August 4th, you're going to have to certify the millage.
All right, thank you.
And then the other point is, so everyone knows, regarding building permit fees, the law was changed last year. There's a new law that was put into effect that says that a local government may not carry forward an amount exceeding the average of its operating budget for enforcing the building code for the previous 4 fiscal years. So going forward now, and I know Benjamin's been looking at this too, there's going to be, as far as carrying forward, there's new rules than what we had before. So
I don't understand.
There was, before you could carry forward, Ed, your fees, and they had to be used on certain things to enforce the building code, right? Okay. Now, they put in a limitation that you can't carry forward an amount exceeding the average of the operating budget for enforcing the building code for the previous 4 fiscal years.
For enforcing it?
Yes, the budget for enforcing it.
What is enforcing? That's what I don't understand.
That's your budget, your building department budget, enforcing the building code.
Well, that's basically reviewing and everything else. So
yeah.
You're considering all that as part of the enforcing part of it. No,
well, I'm just reading to you. I'm reading to you what the state law says. Yes, maybe it's not the best wording.
Yeah, the planning examiners and inspectors are usually referred as the court enforcers.
Okay.
Chad Flores.
All right. Does anybody else have anything else on building division? I mean,
hold on one second. I saw something here that didn't make a lot of sense to me.
Take your time, man. Take your time.
I just want to say that I completely agree with Councilmember Petros, and that I don't think we need to hire another consultant. I thought the idea of the first consultant to come in was the idea that they would set us up with some type of system where we can scale it, and then on a yearly basis during budgeting, we can actually scale what we predict that we're going to have and try to get as close to neutral as possible.
I agree. I also agree with that point. I think it's very valid.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Ed.
Printing and postage and freight.
There we go.
$4,000. Cost of shipping packages and mailing documents. To the best of my knowledge, most people bring plans in by hand. They pick up plans by hand. What are we mailing for $74,000? That's a lot of mail.
Jake, it's the recordation, it's the digitization. It's the object code is wrong, Ed. We have to fix the object code.
What's that?
It's the memo is pulling the postage is actually $500. This object code, we need to update the memo. It's pulling the wrong object code from the memo and it's calling out $74,000.
74,000?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So we'll fix that for the next pass.
All right. Now the other thing is $120,000 for professional services.
Yes.
This is to take care of a delay when somebody has a vacation, getting a permit out?
Yes and no.
Well, you have a 30-day turnaround. What's the vacation that most people take?
Okay, so basically, it's $75,000 allocated for the building department. So basically, that covers if building official is gone for 2 weeks, or the electrical inspector is gone, or mechanical or plumbing. These are basically, I calculated amount of vacations they have and multiplied by outside services, what they charge us. That's $75,000. Very likely that I'll be nowhere near this expenditure.
Okay, so how many hours a day are they now having people come in to drop off plans and talk to inspectors? 4 hours a day or 3 hours a day?
From 7:30 to
10:30?
Yeah, from
3
10:30
hours.
on inspection.
And then how many hours are they inspecting?
As many as it takes until 3:30. So
You're working on a 7-hour day, not an 8-hour day, right?
7 hours a day.
Does the 7 hours include lunch, or does the 7 hours plus lunch?
7 plus 1.
I'm sorry?
Plus.
7 plus 1.
What?
7 hours work and 1 hour lunch.
What? So it's 7 hours plus 1 hour lunch, or 6 hours plus 1 hour lunch?
7 plus 1.
So 7 hours. Okay, so then basically it's 3 hours and then 4 hours basically inspecting, right?
Correct.
And from your experience now in the building department, with the number of permits you have, how many days is and you're doing all 5 days, you're doing Fridays also now?
Yes.
So how many days is it really required to have 4 hours of inspection out of the 5?
It depends on the volume.
I understand that, but I'm saying based on this thing you have, when you put in this money for extra people and everything else, and then people are taking vacations, but yet, you get where I'm coming from. Do you really need that kind of money for that?
We don't.
To me, it seems exorbitant. That's all.
Right. But but you know, I may need it. That's why I have it in there.
You might need it, but yeah, and we might need a millage increase because you might need it. That doesn't make sense. Do you understand where?
Can I ask a question on this? Is there a way to stagger vacations to help offset the possibility of needing this much money to fill in a gap on vacations?
Not really, because I only have one inspector for each trade, so they can't necessarily cover for each other.
Building inspector got 2.
Building inspector, right. So those 2 cover, but for electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and structural review, I only have 1.
Yeah, but you know what? Every house has mechanical, but you have only a part-time mechanical inspector, and he can cover everything. Okay.
So could we just ask that you take a look at this and try to see, given the fact that the number in permittings are down, and you might be able to work on these numbers and maybe come up with a system that also helps you work on those numbers.
Okay. When you got printing and scanning, now Andrea said that the postage and freight was part of the scanning or digitizing. So the other printing and scanning is strictly the old records. The 74,000 you have for that.
Let us look at it. I think it's double. I think it's like cut and paste twice, 74, 74.
That's what I think. So that's what
I think too. So
maybe, okay, I think. Let's see, what else do I have?
Andrea, we discussed that today, and you verified that.
Yes.
So use it by 11 o'clock. I'm sleepy. But
Yeah, I know. No, we're about to postpone.
Okay. Anyway, all right, I'm done.
All right. Look, we're coming up at 11 o'clock. One of the points of this is to have public interaction and public participation, public watching this. It's, we've gone 5 hours. I'm going to recommend that we we can, I think, we've gone to 11,
Mayor.
Go ahead.
We talked about when we want to meet again for the second budget hearing. If we need to have a millage before August 4th, I would think we should move. Yeah, I think we should have it end of July so we can go ahead and finish this and come up with the trim notice.
I agree. Can we look?
Ignacio, I think, was the only one that may have an issue.
Hear from Ignacio's availability.
He can give us some.
I'm looking at the calendar right now, and
July 28th.
Hold on one second, guys. That meeting was supposed to kind of allow our manager to go back and take our suggestions and change some of these numbers, and we'll see where we're at. Correct? We haven't gotten through everything.
Well, no, I think the second one, we need to finish everything, but I think that adjusting the numbers is what we do in the actual budget, right? Isn't that the purpose of the workshop?
Correct. The workshop is for us to work through it. And
in September, she'll come back with the adjustments.
Right.
Okay, but we're still not going to have any idea of where we are on a millage and whether we're going to be asking some tougher questions with adjustments, because we didn't have that conversation. I mean,
with the point of
Councilmember Laredo spoke to this idea of having some tough questions or answering some tough questions as council members. And I feel like that discussion can't really happen until we get through this budget and they massage some of these numbers. And then we may be asking for stronger things or making recommendations to try to get this closer to a millage rate. I mean, in my mind, it's taking 2 more meetings, not 1.
Well, but
that's all I can say.
Yeah.
But again, we're talking about another meeting to get through the rest of this portion of the budget workshop.
And to set the trim.
So that we can then give direction to the manager as to what we want the trim notice to go at. We can still have further meetings before we have our hearings. That's fine. But
when we get through this, I'm not going to be comfortable saying what that trim is because she hasn't made any adjustments.
But we're setting only a trim notice. It's not what the trim is actually going to be.
You're just setting our millage.
We do that every year.
Setting our millage in perpetuity. It's setting a ceiling, not a floor.
Okay, it's just I got caught on. I mean, when we set that ceiling, we're not allowing for some tough. I mean, I get we can go lower, but it makes it easier not to. When we set that, if we set it artificially high.
Well, if we set it artificially high, we set it at 10 and then we work it down. I mean, that's artificially high. If you just want to go absolute, let's go preposterous, we're never going to go there.
I don't want to do that. I want to.
Well, what's the difference of not setting it at all? I mean, if you don't set it at all.
No, I'm not saying that. I just wanted to set it.
If you don't set it at all, I believe the project will set it for you.
Right.
So, I mean, look, the bottom line is this. You guys were presented with a draft budget tonight. Andrea, what was the millage that you based it on? The rollback rate?
No, we weren't able to hit the rollback rate. We are at we are at 32781. But that was prior to, I mean, if we just do the land trust, I mean, we've been kind of taking notes of some of the ideas that have been discussed, but if there are high level inputs you can give us, we have a calculator set up that we can kind of run some numbers pretty quickly.
No, I'm not doing the numbers now. It's 11 o'clock at night. This is kind of my point about the numbers.
I mean, if you want really high level, me personally, I'm not comfortable of us raising our millage past our rollback rate. That's high level for me. And us having to figure out how to make this budget work.
I'm in agreement.
Then I think
I have to finish looking at the rest of the budget.
You guys should come back with services you're ready to cut.
Then figure out what you want to cut, and we'll come back at the next meeting and you'll tell us.
Well, that's why I said I wanted to go through, like, for example, permit fees. I want an answer before this budget comes into place where we're not running in the red on permit fees. I don't know what that entails or how much money that.
Well, are we gonna get that by the end of tonight?
No, we're not. But again, you're saying, tell me what you want to cut. I can't tell you what I want to cut until I know how close I am.
So what do you
to that rate.
Katie, what is your recommendation for the next step?
Either if we as a council would be ready to make that statement, which our trim back notice is the rollback rate. And we're going to work off that and figure out how to get to that number. Or we get through this to a point where we understand.
Tonight? You want to do it tonight?
No.
I'm sorry. I think that's incredibly irresponsible. We haven't even gone through the whole budget. How could you possibly tie your hands at the rollback? I mean, I don't want to go above it either, but how do you say now without any information? We've barely gone through what's in front of us.
I think that's what I'm trying to articulate here is that if we're going to do this and that, we have this budget and we're going to then look at what our manager's saying are our cuts, and that sets our millage rate.
She hasn't said the cuts. She actually cut the land trust was about the biggest cut we had.
Can I make a recommendation?
Which I don't agree with, obviously. But I do think there's enough in this budget that would allow us. I don't know how we ask taxpayers to pay more than the rollback rate.
Katie, can I make a recommendation?
Hold on. Katie, what's your recommendation moving forward?
Either one of two things, which is we have another meeting that allows us to get through all of this, and then before our final meeting, she presents us with something that takes all of our recommendations into account and then tells us what that millage rate is. But so then we say, okay, well, that's, yes.
Aren't you then asking to finalize the budget before she even has all of the information? Like, I take your point, but that's what we do at the budget hearing. Once she's had all of the information that she gets over the summer, she finalizes it, she puts it together, and then we take that discipline to set the actual millage rate at the budget hearing.
I don't like that those two come together, that I have to look at that and make that decision that night. I want to look at what our recommended changes are and what the impact that is to the budget, because I feel like we may need to do more depending on what that rate is. And I don't like having to do that all in one night.
But that's
why you set the trim notice doesn't determine how you set the millage. It only is you can't go above it.
Go ahead,
we
Ed.
have a meeting in July, we have a meeting in August, and then we have two hearings in September. I'm not saying.
Oh, that's okay. So we have the second hearing, which could impact that.
Yes, we're not.
Yeah, but we have to set our trim notice in the next one, though, Katie. I mean, there's no way around it. We have to set a trim notice.
So we have to get through the rest of this.
Decide what we want to set it at.
And set the trim notice. What we want the trim notice to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then in our next meeting, we have to know at the end of the meeting what the ramifications are of our requests. Like, for example, tonight we said, I said anyway, and hopefully it can happen, please figure out how to get our permit fees neutral before this budget takes effect. And it's impossible for our village team to get us there tonight. Like, they can't just take those numbers out. They have to know whether they can do that or not. And that impacts it.
I just want to make sure that the budgeting, we always forget that the millage rate is the effect of what our budget is, not the vice versa. And if we end up at the very end with something that we want to do this, and this, and the millage ends up more than what we put our trim notice, it's kind of backwards at that point. We shouldn't say, oh, just because we're losing 1% in property values, we're going to set our millage rate and we're going to find out how we're going to cut services in order to make it work. I understand how you're doing that, but it should actually be the opposite way. I'm hoping that it can end up lower with a lot of these meetings that we're going through and being tough on it, but we have to make a trim notice, and we're going to have to, I think we should be at least conscious about not artificially pushing us down if that's not what we end up with in the end of the budget.
It's kind of a philosophical difference probably, which to me, there's a rate that I think is appropriate for our community. And it, like, for example, there may be decisions that I would be willing to make if we're not at that rate. And if we are at that rate, I wouldn't be asking that of our village employees. For example, I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, the idea of holding off on merit increases for that coming year. That is not something I would do right away. I would try to find other ways. But if I find that we can't do that and we're asking our residents, who I feel by and large have had an economic impact that's much greater than just holding steady this year, then I would be asking that of our manager to put something like that in place. Can we do it in order to avoid like a double hit, basically? So that's where my head is on this, and that's why I wanted the extra work, the extra time. Now we can do all of that in one, but it could get messy.
Okay. Is everybody in
It's 11:13. Or do we want to vote to extend this?
No, I think at the end, okay, I think all that needs to happen at this point is, you know, I think you have to pick a meeting where you're going to finish your budget workshop. You're going to have another budget workshop.
July 28th is the Tuesday before, is the last Tuesday of the month. You know, Ignacio, how are you with the 28th?
I think I can do that day.
Okay, or the 20th.
I'll figure something out. No, the 28th. No, the 28th.
Okay. So let's
Yeah,
set
it gives
it
the staff enough time to come back with stuff.
right. That's what I was thinking. It gives them a month to come back and get some work done. And certainly we're going to have some questions coming out of tonight. And all right, so that's it. Well, I appreciate
Andrea, I would ask, are you comfortable with what we're putting in place? And have you heard what I've said? And does it give you time to do that?
I mean, the 28th is fine. I think it's a good idea to have a second, to have the next meeting and go through everything so everybody is fully informed. I will make 2 points about rollback rate. Remember, Katie, last year we prematurely off the June numbers. Remember how we got the wrong number because we didn't have the July 1 number? Okay. So as of today, we couldn't even tell you what the rollback would be. We could estimate it, but we don't have a real one.
That's fair. I wasn't really strong on rollback rate. It was more the philosophy that I was trying to explain.
Okay.
It's going to be a roll up rate basically, right? Because we're going down.
Potentially.
Okay. Yeah.
Most likely.
And yeah, I mean, I think we can, I think the opportunities we have are the opportunities we called out. Building fees, insurances. The insurance stuff will not be done by August 28th, but we'll have the July 1 numbers. And
with insurance though, Andrea, I would ask that you get creative and look for ways to save money, and it may create alterations in benefits, but again, look to other communities.
The tricky, and this might be a Chad question. So, about 60% or so of our budget is personnel and is protected by those CBAs. So to your point earlier, we wouldn't need an MOU because there'd be a new agreement in place. But if the agreement is not negotiated and ratified by October 1, then what do we do?
Well, you're assuming that the CBA tells you what it's going to cost. They tell you what it's going to cost you per hour, per month, per week. They don't want to tell you costs for overtime or management of personnel. With the same CBAs and everything else, there's huge amount of monies that can be spent by management, okay? Huge amount of monies. You and I have discussed this, and I will propose it, and you don't have to roll the rate up. We can have a rate cut if you really want to do it and still have all the service. So before we come to a conclusion, we should look at all the various things. I'm going to write something up, send it to the manager, to the clerk, and he'll distribute it to you. Some ideas before the next meeting so we can discuss it then.
Okay, so just so everyone's clear, on the 20th of July, you're going to finish going through the workshop part of this budget. You guys are gonna give direction to the manager of what to set the millage at, and then the manager
trim
will be-
notice at, set the trim notice.
set the ceiling for the trim, and then she's going to then prepare a budget when presented to you guys in September, which based upon that millage rate or something lower, depending on how she wants to do it. And then, we'll go through the budget process.
Yes, but we'll also have the other budget hearing, budget workshop in August as well to follow up, right? Is that what?
That's your call. If you guys want to do that, that's fine.
But I'm just getting consensus of council here. We all want that one as well. So, all right, great. All right.
Yes.
I'll call next week. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.